best. The primary school teacher came under pressure from Ayomide Folorunso of Italy in the home straight, but held on to take the win.
I have a good race, and so I'm super happy about my race, but also be the best of the Team Germany and go for the points. And yeah, tomorrow it's really time, so I hope we can also get some points for Germany.
Good afternoon. This is the live audio stream from European Athletics. Thank you for joining us as we get underway with the final afternoon in Division 1 at the European Athletics Team Championships. If you want to watch all of the action, head over to allathletics.tv or stay with us as we bring you uninterrupted coverage this afternoon.
And welcome to the final session of the European Athletics Team Championships. We are going to wrap up all the action for Division 1 here today in Silesia, Poland. It's been a wonderful week of action, a new format this year. We've seen all three divisions competing over 6 days, and the climax very much is this afternoon with that Division 1 concluding. In a brilliant arena here in Poland. Organisation has been fantastic. Lots of enthusiastic volunteers and officials, and the athletes have brought some phenomenal performances, and we expect nonetheless here this afternoon to close proceedings. It's a wonderful Italian-Polish battle 2 years ago here in the same arena. That time around, Poland took the win by just 2.5 points. Italy have a commanding lead at this stage. Looks like they could be due to end the stranglehold of Poland on this European team title. Poland have won it the last 2 times, but Italy at the moment very much in the driving seat. But we've got 2 to 3 hours of wonderful action coming up over the next 2 hours. A whole host of European champions. Elena Tsengo goes in the women's javelin, Gianmarco Tamberi in the men's high jump, Zane Weir in the shot put. As we look towards the second half of the programme, we've got the likes of Julian Weber of Germany going in the men's javelin, Yamani Burhan Kripa in the men's 5,000, which could be tough going in the hot weather we've had here all week. My name's Hannah England, and I'm joined alongside me by Alex Seftel and Phil Minchell.
Yes, indeed. I mean, you say warm weather, it's 25 degrees, 37% humidity. We were actually down by the track, Hannah, within the last hour, just getting to grips with what the conditions are like. It's certainly hotter down there. Some events are in the direct sunlight. I'd say more so the javelin, for example, as we see the standings here. So they are different to when we looked at the end of the programme yesterday evening. Great Britain were disqualified in the men's 4x1 relay as a result of a lane infringement, so that dropped them down. And you can see there Norway, Turkey and Belgium all fighting to stay in this first division. Otherwise they will be relegated for Madrid 2025.
Yes, it's a very interesting afternoon ahead. We've got 12 events. Italy, of course. This is possibly the first time, let's see how the whole afternoon unfolds, that they will ever have won not just the European Team Championships, but either the men's or the women's European Cup, going back to 1965 when it was actually instituted by an Italian, Bruno Zauli, but they've never actually won it themselves. There you can see the weather forecast. Well, it says it's just going to be cloudy, but there's only a few clouds overhead. It's about 25 degrees. It will obviously get a little bit cooler towards the evening because we do wrap things up with the victory ceremony at 7 o'clock. Humidity, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We've had a few showers over the course of the last few days. Of course, this team championship got underway back on Tuesday with the third division, and we've gone right the way through the week. But we're keeping our fingers crossed we're going to not have any more rain during the course of this afternoon. As we look at Olympic champion Gianmarco Tamberi, one of the real iconic figures of Italian athletics, and we're hoping that he puts on a real display for us, and the Italians are hoping that he'll come away with well, the maximum 16 points perhaps.
When you look back to the event 2 years ago and Italy losing that team title by 2.5 points, and that to me explains the likes of Gianmarco Tamberi turning out here to compete for his nation. He's actually their captain as well, and we've seen a lot of him in the stands over the last couple of days cheering his teammates on. Just a note on that relegation battle, it's very, very tight between Norway, Turkey and Belgium. They're all 3 points right next to each other, and they're only 12.5 points behind Belgium. We saw some wonderful efforts from Belgium yesterday trying to accumulate their team scores, but I think that could be really tight, and that's high stakes for these nations. If they finish in those bottom three, they're relegated down to Division 2, like you said, Alex, and I think it could be very, very tight. And Greece has got some big hitters, perhaps here. Elena Tsengo coming up just at the start of the programme with the women's javelin. It's super important. It's a big point swing available then there for the Greek team, and I think that narrative is going to play out a lot through the afternoon.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Alex. Go on, please do.
Well, if you're down at the bottom, you aren't necessarily going to win too many events, so it's about scrapping for those 4th, 5th, 6th places that will count, and that's always great when we see athletes doing that. And then at the top, I see there are 12 events still to go, and what's that, 36 or 35.5 points? So that's an average of 3 across each. I'm sure they'll go both ways, swinging throughout the competition.
What I was going to say is, as you rightly point out about the relegation battles, is it's not just about credibility. Is even though there are no direct financial incentives for many of the countries here, is that when they get back home, if they're doing well in competitions like this, it can often actually amount to how much funding those federations get from their national sports councils or national Olympic committees. Of course, it varies from country to country. So it is absolutely vitally important. It's not just a question of maintaining your place in the top flight of what we call the world's premier competition between nations. It also can often be very much turning into euros, pounds, zlotys and crowns, depending on where you finish. Well, we're just about to get underway, and the very first event to be presented will be the women's javelin.
That's right. So here are the athletes as we prepare for this set of introductions. So including the European champion from Berlin 2018, Kristin Husong, and then the winner just last year, as we've already mentioned, Elena Tsengo of Greece. And most of these javelin specialists as well. We already had a great competition earlier on in the week with Victoria Hudson of Austria throwing over 60 metres. And Sabrina Boss of Switzerland, and this is Paulina Smol of Belgium. Becca Walton was very close to a medal at the European Under-23s in Tallinn 2 years ago. And last summer she improved on her PB in Latvia, 57.65. Kristin Husong, it was a championship record that she set on home soil for Germany in Berlin 5 years ago now. 69.19, that lifetime best. Nikola Ogrodnikova, she was second behind Husong at those same European Championships. Former European junior heptathlon medalist. And over to the home athlete, Marcelina Vitek Konafal, World University Games winner in 2017. Arantxa Moreno of Spain, 2018 Ibero-American silver medalist. Very close to going over 60 metres for the first time. And this is Finland's Anni Linnea Allanen, just 20, and tops the Finnish standings this year with 58.19. Federica Botta of Italy with some heavy tape there on her shoulder. In Italian colours though. Claudia Ferreira of Portugal. See close to her 54 metre best this year. Beatrice Lantz, the Swede. So you can see how the personal bests range between 67 metres right back to around 50 this year. Lisanne Scholl of the Netherlands, 56-57 at best. Esra Turkmen, Turkey. This is France's Alizé Minard. Best in Europe this year, though, is Sigrid Borger. 4 metres improvement in 2023 to 66.50 in Halle. And Elina Sengo, the European champion last year.
That could be a key point swing between those two. If Norway coming in with the European leader can't get that battle with the reigning European champion Sengo, I think Borger's got an opportunity there to steal some points back in that relegation battle.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance from Sengo, of course, ahead of another young athlete, Adriana Vilagos of Serbia, who we've already seen in this competition, and Barbara Svitakova getting on the podium with them. Wonderful to see. Of course, very able deputy Nikola Ogrodnikova of the Czech Republic. But we'll start the competition with Sabrina Boss in this first round, 52.35 this year. So kicking off the final session of these European Athletics Team Championships. Plenty of action across track and field to come. High jump, 200 metres, steeplechase, 5,000 metres, all ending with a mixed 4x4 relays in just over 3 hours' time. So green indicator coming up for Boss, first of all, to get us going. So just waiting for this measurement for the Swiss to come up. Having a look where they are on the overall standings, in 11th place, so some 30 points clear of the relegation spots as things stand. Certainly still potential to drop down unless they are able to collect good handfuls of points across multiple events. As we said, 12 still to be decided.
Well, the Swiss do have a few weak events during the course of this afternoon. They're by no means out of danger, but they have had 3 victories, and they've done very well to notch up those 3 victories, which have accumulated points. Into the bargain, they also suffered the unfortunate disqualification of Hitachi Kambunji in the 100 metres hurdle. So it's been a very mixed championship for the Swiss. But if they do survive, I think they'll be very happy to spend another year in the top flight of the European Athletics Team Championships.
Yes, disqualification meaning no score at all. Just waiting some time for this measurement to come up. I can see the officials out there in the sector. Just taking a little time to come through, but it means that Boss can relax in the shade for now.
And at the other end of the stadium, from the javelin throwers, it's the high jumpers. And as you're probably familiar with now, if you've been watching the coverage on the European Athletics live stream, the vertical jumps go in 2 separate groups, side by side, and they're seeded. You can see there that very quickly we saw Group A, and plenty of people to pick out there, but reigning European champion Douwe Amels of the Netherlands, Gianmarco Tamberi, who won the European outdoor title last summer, and of course the Olympic title in 2021. Here's the presentation. First up, Dan Pritchett of Switzerland. We'll be looking to get a few points for Switzerland. Any more than 1 point will be a good result from the Swiss, because he's by far and away the weaker performer here. Damien Delrid, the Swede, 2:33 at best, but he's not close to that at the moment. Gerson Balde, the 23-year-old Portuguese, is close to his best at 2:23. Jan Stafala, 2:19 performance. Carlos Rojas, Spanish number 1, but only with a season's best of 2:14. Spain struggling to find top high jumpers at the moment. Rojas the best of them. There's Sebastian Michu, two-time national indoor champion, 2020 outdoor title for the French. Daniel Kosonen seems to thrive indoors, 5 times national indoor champion. And a somewhat familiar figure now, Sander Skotheim. He's done, how many events has he done? I'm leaning over Alex's shoulder,
Yes.
the long jump, the 4x1, the 110 metres hurdles. So this is his 4th event, Skotheim. Really putting in a shift. And of course he is a 8,590 point decathlete. I think he's almost using this as a training session. Here's the A group. His 2:27 performer this year, Tobias Pointer. He's in form. European Championships silver medalist last summer. European Indoor Championships gold medalist. Dewey Amels cleared a Dutch record of 2:31 back in March. Norbert Kobielski, familiar figure, the Pole, European Team Championships winner here in this stadium back in 2021. And a big favourite of the home crowd. And here's a man who's a favourite of just about everybody. The charismatic, effervescent Gianmarco Tamberi. But what we're not sure about is what sort of form he's in, because he hasn't competed at all so far this year. The last competition was the Weltklasse meeting in Zurich. Thomas Karmoy, two-time European Indoor Championships bronze medalist on the last 2 occasions in Istanbul and Torun, the Belgian. Has a habit of pulling it out when it matters. William Grimsey came second in this competition behind Kobielski 2 years ago. Antonios Nerlos, 2018 World Under-20 champion. 2 years before that took a European Under-18 silver medal. And finishing the lineup of the A group, Aliero Undulu was improved this year, based in the United States at US universities, like quite a number of people you've seen over the last 5 days. He's improved this year while he was in the US to 2:23, the Turk. So we get underway, but first we also have the javelin.
Absolutely we do. So, still early stages in this first round, just waiting for measurements to start coming through. Sabrina Boss, 43.75 for the Swiss. As we see Paulina Small of Belgium. Now, a clip that's done very, very well on social media and kind of transcended the sport in a way is Bum Quo of Belgium doing the sprint hurdles, regularly a shot putter. In fact, she broke the national record for Belgium a few days before this competition. And when regular sprint hurdler Anne Zagre got injured, she stepped in and saying, this is no joke, I'm going to take part in this. Very well received for the spirit of the team competition. And I think it's important to add context that there was an injury initially, because some people were saying, goodness me, really? But it was the fact that she was stepping in for the team, really important. Paulina Small here, 47.24.
I used to do this competition with the British team. I used to love it. It was one of my favourite things of the week, as we just see the Great Britain Northern Ireland javelin throw. But we used to bring a Taffy as a reserve, which I thought was very smart, unless we lost someone in the 5K, or he or she were going to be able to do very well. And I don't know if that's common practice or whether you just have to pull from the resources that you've already brought with you in other events.
Well, I'd love to know what the Norwegians have been thinking about putting Sander Skotheim in, because he's, as she was saying, already done 4 events. I'm not sure whether he's down to do any more.
Well, there's always the potential, isn't there, as we see that intentional foul there by Becca Walton, just stepping over the line. So you want to get inside the top 8, of course, to continue at least until the 5th round, and then the top 4 getting that final 6th throw. Becca Walton just writing down in her notepad, copying, well, not copying, but, Nicola Ollie-Slagers. We've seen that, of course, on the Diamond League circuit, haven't we? The Australian high jumper.
love to know what was written, actually.
Well, you
Having
can't.
watched-
It's private.
Well, after watching her throw and then watching her sort of start writing.
There's a whole different ways to work on athlete feedback. There's visual if you watch another replay, there's intrinsic, and I think that diary writing for me is all about that intrinsic. How did it feel to the athlete? And then you can match that up to the coach's input and then make your adjustments kind of with as much accuracy and success as possible.
What I would say about stepping over the line there is that, of course, any valid throw does equal at least 1 point. You can see there Husong was close to the line, and we're waiting for her first round measurement, the German. So 59.98, which is a season's best. Just having a look what it was before. 59.14.
Yes, Husong has struggled with injuries over the last couple of years since she got that European title in 2018. Really just only now starting to come back and be throwing properly.
If you haven't got through an injury at some stage, are you an international javelin thrower? I mean, time and time again we say that, don't we? And such an explosive event on the body, particularly the shoulder, and elbow injuries that we see, surgeries as well that athletes go through. It really is, certainly from my point of view, one of the greatest events to watch. Best just do their thing. Ogrognikova, she did stop just before the line there. It wasn't her best throw. 49.11. So she is over 60 metres this year, 60.73 in Lehlingen in Germany last month. In-stadium music rising for Magdalena Witek-Konofal here. So left a bit of space to spare on that runway. Some way over 50 metres though. Husong comfortably the best that we've had so far with 59.98. Building up some speed on the runway, but coming to a stop quite quickly. .52.10. So at the moment, that is second best. Moreno of Spain. Another who shapes very early. Nice angle of release. Similar sort of distance to the Polish athlete. Well, you can see a number of these throwers aren't taking too many risks in the first round, which is, in all honesty, probably the right approach. Once you've got a solid measurement on the board, then it's the time to try and pull it all together. 51 metres and 2 centimetres, so that slots her into third place early on. Long run up here for Alanen of Finland. Holding the javelin high above her head and then pushing all the way through. Again, not her best throw either, but to be top of the Finnish standings this year, age 20, super impressive. Bronze medalist at the European Under-20s in Tallinn a couple of years ago, and I think it's fair to say that we've seen Antti Ruskonen, Teemu Pitkämäki, Lassi Etelätalo winning medals at international stage. The Finns would love a female javelin thrower to emulate the likes of Tiina Liilak. And there are some young talents really starting to emerge, and Alanen is one of them. Veera Sauna-Aho is another who won the European Under-18 title, as we see Botter of Italy. Oh, so close to the line, and that has been given as a foul. Alanen's measurement was 47.87, good enough for 5th place at this point. So really nice that we can just concentrate on the field action before the track comes in a little later. And just to mark the card, the first track action will be the 200 metres, starting off with the women's event in just over 20 minutes' time. Ferreira comes steaming down that runway for Portugal, and well over 50 metres. So a strong start to the competition. Really nice transfer of energy. And she's pleased with it as well. Claudia Ferreira, 55.49. So what was a massive gap between Husson and Vitek Konafal is now almost halved. New lifetime best as well. Lance of Sweden opening up her body quite early there. That line superimposed is season's best. So 8 women with a valid measurement so far, but all 16 part of the same group, so they are quite long rounds. If you're an elite athlete or someone of a reasonable standard, perhaps competing for your club, and you're really kind of itching to throw, you'll feel that's long. And if you're not an elite athlete, it's a bit like when you go bowling with a big group of friends and you're really keen to improve of when you just stuffed it down the gutter. Maybe you got a strike. Scholl of the Netherlands. Yes, I do talk from personal experience.
Which one, the strike or the just rolling it into the gutter?
Oh, I mean, historically many strikes, but recently certainly big down the gutter. But you can't put up the sides when you're an adult.
Well, and I'm sorry that I assumed you weren't talking about javelin throwing.
But as Oscar Wilde said, we're all in the gutter, just some of us look up to the stars.
Scholl with 51.59 for her opening throw. So 5 metres off her best this year, but with time to improve. Turkmen, determined eyes focused ahead. Nice quick footwork. Again, room to spare, and javelin falls down quickly. So still Minard of France, and then Sigrid Borger. Really impressed with her improvement this year. And then the European champion Elina Sengo of Greece. Particular pressure on the likes of Turkmen, Borger and Sengo. Is that fair to say there's pressure on athletes in the bottom three?
Absolutely. I mean, it's so close between those bottom 3 teams. They're so closely matched on points, and they want to get the better of each other, but they all need to pull up towards Belgium with that. They've got that 12.5 point buffer between relegation zone and safety.
Yeah, I guess so. It's such an important event if you're the team manager, isn't it? Just reminding people what the situation is and where you are in the standings and where points might be needed from. And I don't know if you can remember your days competing at these championships and the sort of role that was played, or whether you had any attention on the bigger picture and how much, if so.
It certainly did. We'd really try and own what we were hoping to score, what we were expecting to score, and so it's not about saying, you know, I'm good enough to score 12 points, you're only good enough to score 3 points. It's about, right, what can we all do together to turn that 3 into a 4? And it's just really lovely to have that environment. I did want to do 2 events, but they were the 8 and 15. You didn't catch me in coming to something that was out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, but it is interesting that that sort of element of strategy is involved, as we see Borger with her first round throw here. So yes, 4 metres improvement this year. Was it the specialist Halle throws invitational? It was her first personal best in 5 years, I think. She's coached, I believe, by Andreas Torkelson as well. Of course, the Olympic champion, Athens 2004, defending that title terrifically in Beijing in 2008. And don't always see that in consecutive major championships. Javelin finals can often be quite open. So 54.81 for Borga, who goes into third place. Sengo of Greece, the European senior champion, still only 20. Again, that javelin came down a little faster than she'd like. Perhaps most impressive of all so far is Claudia Ferreira, with that lifetime best of 55.49 for Portugal in second place. Yeah, well, Hannah was saying there, you don't look at events and say we're only good enough to score 3 necessarily, but what you will find is that, taking a positive out of that, some athletes might be new to the experience and they might be ranked lower, but they really do swim in that environment. You know, we've seen some first major international call-ups for some athletes, but they thrive in the environment, the conditions. Maybe they haven't had similar opportunities in a high-quality field and stadium before, and have pushed to better distances and times as we get the second round started.
Yeah, Boss getting us underway in the second round. It was Lika Klaver, I think, in the press conference a few days ago. She touched on that to say this competition is special to her because you have athletes from every discipline that might not be able to achieve a qualifying mark for the main European championships or for the World Championships. So you're getting to brush shoulders and be a teammate with someone that you wouldn't normally get to spend time with. So it's lovely for the athletes that if they're regulars, it's a slightly different environment. But also for these athletes, they could be a few years away from making their senior debut at a major championships, and they can do that here instead at the European Team Championships. And it's just nice stuff all round, isn't it?
And you can extend that further down to the Division 3 and the Division 2 competitors, because of course they'll see what is required in many, many cases. Yes, of course, so in Division 3 had Lisa Gego, Division 2 Christian Che, but many of those competitors, as you were saying, wouldn't necessarily be at the European Championships or World Championships, Olympic Games, but it's an opportunity for them to compete. And that's one of the reasons as well why I like this format now of bringing all the 3 divisions together, because Division 1 competitors almost act as a role model to many, many of those Division 2 and 3 competitors.
Yeah, and maybe it is even more so the case in something like Division 3, as this is Becca Walton's second round effort here. So looked like she stopped nicely before that line. And she'll want to try and do what she was able to do in Tallinn a couple of years ago. Really great competition for her. And at one point was very close to those medals. Ended up finishing 5th. And she's hoping to rise, I'm sure, up the UK all-time list. She's a better athlete, better thrower than she was when she previously took part in this competition for Great Britain and Northern Ireland 4 years ago. So 49 metres and 2 centimetres in this second round for Walton. So puts her just outside the top 8. Let's have a look in 12th place at this point. Our leader is Kristin Husong. Getting back to some of her better form. A little off balance there. Didn't seem to matter too much at all. You can see now superimposed is 1, 2 and 3. In green, pink and purple. Germany have been solid so far. They won the men's 4x100 metre relay. It was a great final leg from Yannick Wolf, and also Kristen Pudence in the discus, taking maximum points, and they are on their way so far to doing so again. So nice series so far, consistent from Kristin Husong. All the better to see given the injuries that she's been through in recent years, as we just mentioned, since winning that European title at Berlin 2018. Ogrodnikova, silver on that occasion. And Ogrodnikova over 60 metres, the first athlete to do it, always capable of something massive like that. 67.40 at best. Really powerful release. And some space to go as well. Looking very calm. Let's see. She builds up speed, then blocks. Beautiful flight to 60.55. I wonder whether Husong will be able to respond to that. 57 centimetre lead. Witek Konopala, Poland, finds herself in 6th place now. Huge amount of room before that final line. But another who looks to have improved. So I'll remind you that Poland are second in those overall team standings. This isn't one of Italy's strongest events, so if they're going to try and take something out of that lead, remember we said that an average of 3 points per event, obviously it won't happen all like that, but this will be the sort of situation to try and capitalise. 55.19 moves her up into 4th place.
I'll leave it, we'll catch up with the men's high jump.
Yes, the first man to depart, William Grimsby, holding his head in his sand, and, well, one of the reasons why is because he's had 4 failures, and with the special competition rules, most of the rules in the high jump apply, but you're only allowed 4 failures. All the other normal rules apply. And Grimsby, well, wasn't to be for the Briton, who finished second 2 years ago. Needed 2 attempts to get over 2:05, 2 attempts to get over 2:08, and then 2 failures at 2:13. Meant that he didn't get a third and final attempt at that height, and he's eliminated, the first man to depart from this competition. Just to bring you up to date, as you saw, the bar is going up to 2:17. Gianmarco Tamberi, who all eyes are on, hasn't come into the competition yet. Tobias Poiter needed 2 attempts to get over 2:13. Kobielski, the winner 2 years ago in this very stadium, was straight over 2:13. So out of the 8 men in the A group, only Grimsby has gone. Poiter will be the first man to attempt 2:17. Poiter took a silver medal in Munich in front of friends and family last year. Was the European under-20 champion back in 2013, 28 years of age. I remember watching him win that title in Tallinn that year. I thought he was going to go on to great things, but it took until last year before he reached the 2:30 mark. Cleared 2:30 in Berlin last year. So over the years, German high jumping has been one of the mainstays of their athletics excellence. World champions like Dietmar Mogenberg and Carlo Tranhart in the 70s and 80s. More recently, the likes of Bill Coe, who won the European title in 2018. Poiter, first attempt at 2:18. No problems for the German at that height. Plenty of daylight there. Good jump. I think we'll see quite a lot of athletes wearing sunglasses on the daylight today, and probably even a few competing with them. Now Norma Kobielski. Personal best of 2:28. Oh, made that look very easy indeed. Has jumped 2:27 already this year outdoors. Jump like that. You carries on jumping like that at the high heights, he could probably challenge his personal best. Holland, of course, talk about the legacy of German high jumpers. When you look back at Jacek Schoer and Artur Partika, well, the Poles have got plenty of people to act as role models as well. This is a role model of his own. Italian record holder at 2:39 from 2016, and that's his first attempt of the competition from Marco Tamberi, having no problems. Of course, what a wonderful backstory for Tamberi. His halcyon year of 2016, he was jumping so well and jumped that 2:39 and then got injured, missed out on the Rio Olympics, sat there in the stands in Rio crying his eyes out, and then 5 years later coming back to win gold in that memorable competition in Tokyo, sharing gold with Qatar's Mutaz Barshi.
Indeed, so back with this javelin competition, well into this second round now. We've still got Ogrodnikova, the Czech Republic, in first place with 60.55, 57 centimetres ahead of Christine Husson, who's knocking on the door of that 60 line, and then Claudia Ferreira, the Portuguese, with 55.49. This is Esra Turkmen, who is in 8th place at this point. This helps the javelin throwers, and there's no track action. They can have the longest run up that they desire. Minard of France. France have been in the top 3 of this competition the last 2 editions. It was Jona Agui, second behind Christine Husson 2 years ago in this very stadium, as we see there stepping over the line, Lise Minard. And it was Alexis Allais who won in 2019 in Bydgoszcz. Borge of Norway. Well, big lifetime best recently, but she hasn't necessarily thrown that well since. It was in that specialised throwing arena of Halle, which is a wonderful facility. I mean, when you turn up to a track and field event and you're used to seeing typical stadium, but this is very, very different. It's just fields set up with throwers in mind. So that was Borge, and then this is Sengo, who is also not quite as high as you'd expect her to be at this stage, 51.01 for 11th place. Turkmen's 52.73 to get into the top 8. The swirl on that javelin, 58.19, and she moves up into 3rd place.
Time to start the track action here on the final day of the European Team Championships. And it's going to be the women's 200 metres. We'll have 2 races, Heat B, then Heat A, and we'll combine those times to give the overall standings and allocate the 16 points accordingly. Rada Vondrova in the Czech Republic in 5, and Geraldine Frey of Switzerland in lane 6, the fastest in this field. Elvira Tanderund of Sweden, she's 19 years old, and she holds their national record over 150 metres. Imke Vervet of Belgium is in lane 8. She's broken her 400 metre personal best this season, 51.91. Good over this half-lap sprint as well, but watch out for her strength towards the closing stages. Dalia Kadari of Italy is not in lane 7. They've had a little bit of a swap. That is Geraldine Frey of Switzerland. She came 4th in the 100 metre A race a couple of days ago. Here's Dalia Kadari of Italy, European Championship bronze medalist with the 4x1 squad in Munich last summer. to do as well as she can in this event. She's in the B heat, so she's going to need to run fast if she wants to score in those top 8 points. This is Láďa Vondrová of the Czech Republic, European Under-23 champion over 400 metres. 23.42 this season in Kladno a few weeks ago. Christine Beliand Jensen of Norway goes in lane 4. She set a new personal best, coming second in the Trondheim Games in Bergen, 23.37. Semih Osipsi of Turkey goes in lane 3. She took part in their 4x100 yesterday. She's also part of the national record holding quartet in that event. Final athlete in lane 2, Eino Pulkkinen of Finland, 6-time national indoor champion. She's also a national record holder over 150 metres, like Tanderund, out all the way at the other end of the track in lane 9. Full lineup: Pulkkinen in 1, Osipsi in 3, Jensen in 4, Vondrová in 5, Frey in 6, Kadari in 7, Verwert in 8, and Tanderud in 9. This is final B of the women's 200 metres. The officials just indicating to stand up. That probably suggests there's a technical fault rather than anything the athletes are doing wrong. They'll be very used to this. Just have a couple of moments to gather themselves. Perhaps Vondrová here being asked to reposition her blocks more centrally to the lane. I'd say that's usually probably the athlete's choice, the angle they want to propel themselves into the bend. That's quite individual based on your height and your stride length. You've got to stay in your lane. Green card for the whole field. Away, no problem, despite a bit of crowd noise maybe, but didn't seem to affect these women. Geraldine Frey, fantastic start for Switzerland. She's up on Imke Verwert outside of her, but Dalia Kadari of Italy going well in lane 6 as well. Dalia Kadari of Italy has the lead at the moment, and she looks like she's going to hold it. Tanderud of Sweden finishing fast, but Dalia Kadari first across the line. 23.09 the unofficial time in the stadium. That would be a new personal best. Dalia Kadari, we mentioned Italy in their quest for this team title. To have an athlete in final B isn't ideal when you're trying to win this championships, but Kadari doing a fantastic job there. Did with a season's best. Tanderud of Sweden with a strong finish in second.
So let's have a look at that race again, and with that overhead view you can see that it was a very strong start from Verwert, but Kadari picking up very quickly as well. Geraldine Frey on her inside in lane 6, running well at this stage, but from about 90 metres out, Kadari's not going to be stopped. She's just pouring it on, and that long stride takes her away. Almost unheralded right on the outside in lane 9. Tanderud of Sweden comes through for second. But that's a good time for Kadari. I'd be very surprised if all the women in the better, so-called better heat coming up very shortly actually run faster than that. I think Kadari has got very good points for Italy.
Here's the full results of Heat B. Kadari with a season's best. Henriksen 23.22, also a season's best. Now Imke Verwert, when we talk about the relegation zone for Belgium, sneaking up into third place, good points ahead of Norway and Turkey there.
Becca Walton in the javelin, so in 13th place at the moment, but that is much, much better. Do we get the green indicator? So needed at least 54.40 to be in the top 8. But this could be a brilliant effort. Great speed. Pushing all the way through on the release. Very close to 60 metres. So Walton waiting, looking at the big screen. Oh, she knows what it is. 59.76, so a massive lifetime best for the Brits. I think moves her up to 4th on the all-time list as well. So just the example of an athlete who isn't too experienced in terms of this type of international competition, really making it work. Alonen. So in 9th position, another who really needed to move up. It's still Ogrodnikova, 60.55 from Husong, now 50 centimetres back. Then Becca Walton in 3rd with 59.76. Alonen only needs 25 centimetres to go up into the top 8. You can see there on the big screen, 54.40 of Minard. And she has also done it. So 3 athletes now with lifetime best: Walton, Alonen and Ferreira of Britain, Finland and Portugal. Botta. Italy look like they're going to drop quite a few points here. (47.39) worth 3 points at this moment in time. So 54.81 is now needed for the top 8 to continue in the competition. And to move up 1 place, 50.22 is needed, and it looks like she's just short of that 50-metre line. But we mentioned this isn't Italy's strongest event. I don't want to pin that on Federica Botta. They will have some big hitters to come. And ultimately, pretty much every team has had some events where they are scoring 2-3 points, and ultimately they all count.
Yes, I think it's the nature of the beast that you do have some good events and some bad events. And as we saw in this particular event, Kadari going in the B race, although she did have a very good performance, which I think will get her some good points. There's the start list for Heat A of the women's 200 metres. So on the outside, it's Annalise Gandula. Hasn't broken 23 seconds this year, but has improved to 23.05. She'll be looking for an early birthday present. She turns 28 on Friday. Polaniki Emanuelidulu has broken 23 seconds. Personal best recently of 22.94. More used to seeing her over 400 metres. Nakia Lesinska, another person who's got an imminent birthday. She turns 33 on Tuesday. Now, ran an outstanding second leg in the 4x100 relay that the Dutch won yesterday evening. Lieke Klaver, starting I think as the favourite. 3 weeks ago, ran that personal best of 22.51 in Hengelo. Bianca Williams has picked up European Championships medals as parts of Britain's 4x100 metres relays teams in the past. Williams finished 5th in the 100 metres. Jemima Joseph, just 21 years of age, European under-18 silver medalist back in 2018. Alexandra Burghardt, another stalwart of the German relay teams, and has quite a few European medals to her collection. So Paula Sevilla. Well, Sevilla was 7th in this race back in 2021. And knows this stadium very well. Let's settle down. Very good conditions for good sprinting. Time to keep an eye on 23:08, which was Dalia Kadari's winning time in the first heat. Rise to the occasion, challenge Lika Klava, and get good points for the host nation. Keep them in contention for a place on the podium, an outside chance of defending their title, which they took in 2019, I should say, and 2021. So as they settle into their blocks, from the inside, it's Sevilla of Spain, Burghardt of Germany, Joseph of France, Williams, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Klava, Netherlands, Kilbasinska of Poland, and on the outside, Manuel Adulu of Greece, and Gandila of Portugal. And it's Kilbasinska who's away very quickly. So too Bianca Williams at this stage. She's clawing back the deficit on Lika Klava. Lika Klava very slow to get away, but now it's really starting to get into her running. But Bianca Williams striding out, having a very good run indeed. Now Klava goes through the gears. It's the Dutch woman who's pulling away from Bianca Williams. 16 points to the Dutch, but a good run from Williams there, who hasn't broken 23 seconds this year. Personal best for Klava. That augurs well for the rest of the season. Williams, excellent run there from start to finish to take second in 22.75. And a personal best for the Greek, out in lane 8. We were keeping our eye on what was going on with the front two, but Emmanuel Adulu coming through strongly for a third place finish there.
Well, Lika Klava certainly looks to be in excellent shape, and she was always the favourite here. Didn't get the best start. Bianca Williams was really impressive. Of course, someone who's run both the 100 and the 200 and looking somewhat resurgent. Of course, she's come back from having a child as well, but looking very strong. Klava, though, that kind of speed endurance, being used to running so well in the 400 metres coming through. And I suppose she's a sort of athlete who might have the option of deciding which event that she'd like to do, because she has kind of the depth, as does Kilbasinska, who we just saw behind her, the pole. Klava clearly using this as an opportunity to work on her speed. I wonder what event she'll do at the World Athletics Championships in Budapest. I think she actually said that she hasn't quite firmed all that up yet, including which relays she might be part of.
Well, now we're really starting to look forward to the way that this is going to unfold as far as the team standings is concerned. Lika Klava, though, the Dutch continue to have an excellent championship. 22.46. There's the full standings. And Dalia Kadari, winner of the second heat, takes 12 points for Italy in 5th place overall. So only concedes 1 point to the Poles in the team standings. A couple of personal bests there, including Sime Osifki. And in 15th place, the Turk running a personal best. You really can't ask for more than that on an occasion like this, whether you finish first or 15th.
So heading back to the javelin, there have been a few improvers in those last few moments. Sengo found herself out of the top 8 at one point, but improved to 58.19 and is now in the top 5. Ogrodnikova stellar leader from Husong and Walton. Czech Republic, Germany and Britain at the sharp end with the young Finn Alanen and Sengo, both 20 years of age behind them. Perhaps the biggest story so far is that Sigrid Borger has already been eliminated out of the top 8, came here with the best performance this year.
Well, Lena Zengo, European champion, won't make it through. Oh,
just the top 3 so far.
Just getting ahead of myself. There we go.
It's not a spoiler alert, I hope, either. You never know with the AI these days, you might be 10 minutes into the future. Hannah England certainly is.
Always. So there's our team standings, completed 26 out of the 37 events. Italy still in the lead. They've just dropped a point there. Kiel Basinska and her good run in the 200 from Poland, nudging them closer, but still a sizable gap. Germany holding on for third. So still Norway, Belgium and Turkey in the relegation zone. Buffer 19.5 points to Greece as well. They're having a good day so far, the Greek athletes, but they've got to stay on it if they want to keep out of those bottom 3 places in the relegations. One piece of action from yesterday, which we missed, which I read about on social media, was that Anita Wlodarczyk, the Polish superstar, world record holder in the women's hammer, was in fact one of the mascots yesterday. They were having fun anyway with the mascot, and then she took the head off, and it was Anita Wlodarczyk underneath. So I'm keeping a very close eye. I'm hoping Pavel Fidek's out there somewhere today.
Yeah, I think Anita didn't quite realise how hot it would be inside the mascot outfit. Specifically, it was Sandra the Salamander.
Or was it? That's the question.
It's been signed up for the Masked Singer for next year, I think.
So, heading into this 4th round now, Vitek Konefal, 55-19 so far from that second round, as you can see. Needs just 12 centimetres to gain 1 more point, and we already know that Italy will gain 3 points. So they're going to close on that lead, the Poles, by at least 6. Foul there for Vitek Konefal, who was just ahead of Sigrid Borger, who's not just the European leader but the world leader as well. I mentioned her other results this year haven't been quite as strong. Maybe she'll bring it all together for the World Athletics Championships. Certainly Norway would have been hoping women's javelin. Turkmen in 7th, and she needs 17 centimetres to go up with Ferreira of Portugal. So a reminder that the top 8 all get 5 throws, and then the top 4 getting 1 more go in that 6th round. 52.96 for Turkmen. She stays in 7th. So moving on with the men's 200 metres this time, as we have a look along this lineup. To remind you as well who's won this competition in the last few years in this particular event: Fausto Di Salo of Italy in this stadium 2 years ago, Richard Kilty in Bydgoszcz 2019, Serhij Smelik of Ukraine in 2017. We were in Lille. Altin Taş, Turkey on the outside, 21 seconds at best. Over to Viljami Kastelainen, who has 3 Finnish titles. Never in this event though, been over 100 and 400. Clearly a versatile man. Matthias Hurva Johansson He has 5 national titles across indoors and out, 2068 at best. More used to seeing Christian Iguasel of Belgium over 400 with a 45.71 PB, but as you very much know, there's always plenty of choice over the full lap for the Belgians, including those Borlée brothers. This is Delvis Santos. So once again, the Portuguese champion, 21.03, his season's best from Lisbon this month. Ioannis Granitsiotis, 21-year-old who's run 20.84, a couple of tenths of a second off that this year. Second appearance individually of the competition for Desmond Rogo of Sweden in Uppsala last year, 20.87. Paul Retamal goes on the inside. Another young Spaniard impressing in the sprints. We said similar about Gal Bestway, Paula Sevilla. He was 6th at the European Senior Championships last year, having been a bronze medalist at the European Under-23s. 20.28 at best, but haven't got a 200 time for him outdoors this year. So many of these are quite closely matched. Not the easiest one to call. Interesting that we saw Ramil Huliev, the world champion from London 2017, in the relay, but others have been given a go individually. But as we said, with Portugal and Turkey and some other nations particularly, giving young athletes the chance just because someone has great pedigree in an event doesn't mean it's necessarily always going to be their spot at the European Team Championship. So nice to see things mixed up a little. Retamal, Rogo, Granitsiotis, Santos, Iguasel, Johansson, Kasselainen and Altintash. So at last this 200 is underway. It was an absolute rocket at the start from Santos in the green of Portugal, still going very nicely. Watch for Retamal of Spain on the inside though. Will he have it all his own way down this home straight? Looks as though he will for now, but Altintash is trying to come through. Retamal in a different postcode though, in 2088. Very strong from the young Spaniard. And another team who haven't had too many victories. This, I make it, is their 3rd so far. From Kasselainen of Finland in an almighty scrap for 2nd place.
Was a massive finish across the track with a load of other men, but Retamal from lane 2 as well. That's a tough lane to run fast, to start well. A lot of these athletes will do their training more in lane 4 and further out. To have a start, like a bend like that from Paul Retamal in lane 2 was phenomenal. He got a good start, he got away well, and he converted it here into the straight. You can see just drifting ever so slightly. He's tall as well for lane 2, but he's done really well to maintain this momentum, not tighten up, not get worried. Everyone else behind, look at them driving for the line. Kasselainen in Finland getting the best of the rest. Paul Retamal away. Got a very good personal best, but having not run this season so far, that's what sees him here in Final B. That's what sees him in a lane like lane 2, and he stuck to his task really well there. And you could be frustrated by it, by a draw and a lane draw and a race draw like that, or just go accept it and absolutely nail it. And Paul Retamal's done the latter.
Yes, Viljami Kasselainen of Finland behind him, and I think the Finnish team manager will be telling their sprinters to pull their fingers out, having failed to finish both of the 4x1 relays. But Paul Retamal with an excellent time, 20.86. Here is the full result. Race A to come, of course. I jumped the gun a little by calling it a Spanish victory, but that's still a really impressive time. I'm sure he'll feature highly when the aggregate result comes in. The really cat among the pigeons, wasn't it, in the 800 metres, men's 800 metres, where the B race was faster.
That was still one of my highlights, I think, of this Division 1, was the young Raymond Whitfleet causing the upset, 1 second PB and the win. We can see an upset in this men's shot put. Some big names in here. Used to being on podiums. Seva Haspenrath of Germany is just 19 years old. Maybe a name for the future, doing very well so far. 1940, his new lifetime best, set in May.
We welcome from the Czech Republic.
Tomáš Stanek is up next. He's number 3 on the European list. Holds the national record for the Czech Republic, 22.01. 3rd in Munich at the Outdoor Championships and 2nd at the European Indoor Championships. Michael Haratic of Poland actually holds the championship record for this European Team Championships back in 2019. He also holds Poland's national record.
We welcome from Spain, 5 times.
Carlos Tobalina of Spain, 5-time national champion. Over 20 metres this season, not too far off his best. Go Oksanen of Finland, throw 5th. 1869 this season. Zane Weir of Italy is here trying to get maximum points for his team. He's number 2 on the European list, 21.74. On the comeback from a fractured finger last May. His comeback is going well. Started off with a gold medal in Istanbul at the European Indoor Championships. Francisco Belo of Portugal, on the throw 7th. He's the national record holder in the discus for his nation. 2064 this season in the shot put. Victor Pettersson of Sweden. He's a World Under-20 silver medalist from a few years ago. His victory in the discus for Sweden with Daniel Stoll. Sven Polman of the Netherlands will throw 9th. He's a 3-time national champion for Holland. Nubolak of Turkey will throw 10th. He's a national indoor champion from last year. This is Fred Moudani Likabi from France. Out over 20 metres this season, 20.54. Marcus Thompson can be very useful for Norway in their relegation worries. He's done fantastic, 20.70 this season. He's gone over 21 metres in his lifetime. Odysseus Mouzenidis of Greece, World Under-20 bronze medalist a few years ago. Stefan Wieland of Switzerland's up next. He's a 3-time national champion, indoors and out. 19.21 this season. Andreas de Lathauer from Belgium, referring as the penultimate athlete. He took his first national title indoors this season. Now this man has got national titles for days. He's won the British title 8 times. He's Commonwealth Games bronze medalist from last summer in Birmingham, Scott Lincoln. So as it has been with every session here at the European Team Championships, 3 field events going on simultaneously. Men's high jump, women's javelin, men's shot put, and some sprints. And this is the final A of the men's 200 metres, chasing that mark from Retamal of Spain, 20.88. Albert Kamansky will go in lane 9. Season's best and personal best at the Eleni Shavinsky Memorial in Bydgoszcz a few weeks ago, 20.49. Premier Burnett of the Netherlands goes in lane 8. He's got very good range from 100 to 400. Season's best of 20.36 set in Geneva this year, just outside his personal best. Ryan Zizé of France goes in lane 7. He had a good run out in final B of the 4x100 yesterday, helping his team to a victory in that race. Zizé on the 3rd leg last night, back on the bend today. Filippo Torto was very impressive in the relay yesterday, fastest on the final leg. It wasn't quite enough to claw his team back into maximum points. It's a good showing for Filippo Torto, showing he's arrived here in Poland in good shape. Adam Clayton goes in lane 5. He's hit a personal best by 0.8 of a second this season, and that's a huge margin over 200 metres. Joshua Hartmann was impressive in the relay yesterday for Germany. Very good 3rd leg. He helped his team to 5th overall. Sorry, they won overall. He was 5th in Munich individually, Joshua Hartmann. Timothée Mumenthaler of Switzerland goes in lane 3. also got a new personal best from Geneva, 20.5. Big sprints meeting took place a few weeks ago. Jan Jurka of the Czech Republic goes in lane 2. Can he repeat the exploits of Rettemal from that tight lane? He's the national record holder for his nation, 20.45. So Hartmann, Tortu and Zeze look good in their relay efforts yesterday. Sort of precursor for how they might run here in the men's 200 metres. And they're away in final A of the men's 200 metres. A good start for Great Britain and Northern Ireland with Adam Clayton. He's alongside Filippo Torto. He's been having a fantastic season. Ryan Zeze of France is in the driving seat at the moment. He hits 50 metres to go. His stride is shortened, but Zeze is pulling away. He's got time to celebrate. 20.29 for Ryan Zeze. And that is the best run of his season. Unofficially, the clock in the stadium, 20.29 into a minus 1.3 headwind. That is good running from Ryan Zeze, and he had time to celebrate as well. It's a decent start, a nice bend. And it's really that last 50. Okay, Zeze there. Gap ahead of Komanski. Good points for Poland there in second place, one spot above Italy. Tortu is managing third place. Poland slowly but surely chipping away at that Italian lead.
So let's look at that replay of that very good, very competitive 200 metres. Well, with the overhead view, Clayton away very quickly, Zeze away quickly as well. Burnett at this stage never really got into his running. I think we're all expecting more from the Dutchman. But coming into the home straight then, Zeze picks it up and he's striding away. Keep an eye on the outside on lane 9, the fast finishing Pole coming through for a very good second place, just 1/100th outside of his personal best. But no doubt at all, very, very impressive run by Ryan Zeze. There haven't been too much for the French to celebrate, but that's certainly one moment in the sun for the French team.
I think the other cause for celebration for the French was that men's 4x1. They were very, very good. They gave Jimmy Vico a healthy lead, and he looked brilliant powering away as well. So they might not be making noise on the team standings, France, but the men's short sprinting is looking good. Ryan Zeze confirmed to 20.29 in a season's best. Komanski in second and Tortu in third for Italy. Combine these results, you can see Paul Rettemal of Spain slotted in there in 6th place. And the gap there pushing Germany further away from Poland and Italy on the team standings.
4 men have all run 21.18 and 2 are inseparable down to the 1,000th of a second.
They're after 2 events this afternoon and 27 events overall. Other standings with Italy, 320 points. Poland just nibbling away very gently at their lead, 33.5 points behind them. At the bottom, Turkey, Belgium and Norway. Greece now starting to extricate themselves a little bit from relegation trouble. They've got a 23.5 point buffer between themselves and the relegation zone. But Greece, Czech Republic and Switzerland not out of trouble just yet. However, the Czech Republic's cause will be certainly held by Nikola Ogronikova, who's leading the way in the Champions League.
Absolutely, could climb at least 1 place in the standings in this event. Yes, Ogronikova in first place. There is Krakusek, the other of the mascots, who I'm guessing has just graduated from university.
It's not a salamander. That looks a bit like a dragon.
The other mascot is the salamander.
And you think Pavel Fastek is in there?
Unconfirmed reports.
Okay, we'll wait.
I'm starting rumours. I just hope so.
Anni Linnea Alanen here. She is already in 4th place. And that means she gets this 6th round throw. Only 7 centimetres behind Becca Walton. Opened up the throw very early. And that is no improvement for the young Finn. Nice to see that camera angle showing the movement through the air from down below. As we said with the discus the other day, that cameraman wants to be a little bit careful. 57.42. Once again, no improvements. But 2 women over 60 metres. So it leaves us with just these throws remaining. Looks like Becca Walton has passed her final attempt. Well, an excellent lifetime best, putting her 4th on the British all-time list. And a great handful of points. What about Kristin Husong? 1 metre and 70 centimetres off the lead of Ogrodnikova. And that's going to remain the case. But Germany only 2 points off Poland, so they will move up into 2nd overall when this event concludes. The Czech Republic will move up past Switzerland. They're going to get 15 more points. And the gap between them is 7.5. So ground being made up overall in a number of places. Ogrodnikova, the pressure is off now. Speed on this runway. Javelin held high and then released with power. So no improvement for her, but an excellent competition. Of course, gearing up towards those World Athletics Championships. Ogrodnikova will face a number of these rivals once again. Not the best day for Elina Senga, the European champion, but she does get a top 5 spot, and that will help Greece's cause also.
Ogrodnikova having a go with the remote control here, I think, trying to get her own javelin back. It's not going well at all out there for Ogrodnikova. I don't think she's going to get her remote control car driving licence anytime soon. She's almost tipped her javelin off. She's just got to stay out the way of the men's shot put there as well, but she's getting into her groove. And that should definitely be the right of the winner in a field event. They get to have a go with the remote control car, but she didn't hit anyone with her javelin, and she's got it safely back to her, so she can take it home with her for her next competition. Yeah,
they're a lot more sturdy these days if they can pick up javelins as well. We saw actually that they were testing them out at full speed along the track, which was great fun. Ogrodnikova from Husong and Walton. Big results to go over 61 metres, better than Hudson from the 3rd division, who took maximum points for Austria, but those personal bests as well for the likes of Ferreira, Portugal, Walton of Britain. Brilliant to see those scenes, as we mentioned. Not every championships sees every country take a javelin thrower, so they're among those who've made the most of this opportunity.
Well, now we move on to the high jump, and there's 3 men in the competition. Well, let's give you an update of the team standings after the javelin. So Italy, 323 points, the gap narrowing just a little bit further. 27.5 points between Italy and Poland, with Germany another 11 points further back. And, well, Elina Zenko, disappointing, but did put further distance for Greece between themselves and the 3 countries in the relegation positions, Belgium, Turkey and Norway. So good quality high jump competition. 4 men still in this. early shock was Douwe Amels, the European indoor champion, going out after 2 failures at 2:20 and then his 3rd failure at 2:23. We've got 6 men over at 2:26, all attempting 2:29 now. This would be a season's best for last year's European Championship silver medalist, Tobias Poiter. It would also be a European lead outdoors. Nobody's gone higher than 2:27 outdoors this year, so slow start for the European high jumpers. Of course, we saw some very good high jumping indoors. As we said before, everybody taking their time a little bit in terms of getting into their grooves, looking ahead to Budapest, which kicks off on the 19th of August. So Poiter, he's had a couple of good clearances, but he's also got some fouls to his credit. He's got nothing he can play with. He had a foul at 2:13, a foul at 2:20, and a foul at 2:26. So Poiter has to clear this, otherwise he's eliminated. And he almost does it, but brings the bar down. So under the special competition rules, Tobias Poiter finishes 4th. We're jumping in Group B as well, with Jan Steffela jumping 2:20, Wilson Balde jumping 2:27. That was 1 and 2 in the other group, which was competing alongside these men. Finished a very short while ago. So Tobias Poiter sits down, watches everybody else. You can't improve, probably ruining a couple of those early failures, like at 2:13. Oh, Kilbasinska, nearly a personal best. Well, Kilbasinska does have one more foul to play with. That was only his 3rd foul in the competition. Everybody has fouls, but in equal first place at the moment, Gianmarco Tamberi and Thomas Carmoy, who didn't have any fouls prior to 2:26 and then got over that height on the 2nd attempt. Pole, who won here 2 years ago, currently lying in 3rd place, and he's now left with a clutch attempt at 2:29 with his last attempt. Gianmarco Tamberi has the luxury of a little more to play with at this height. His first attempt, only 1 foul so far for Tamberi. 2:29 a height he's cleared on many, many occasions. His last competition in September last year was at the Weltklasse meeting in Zurich, and he cleared 2:34. Oh, nicely done. His calves were very close to the bar. Just the merest of touches, perhaps. We don't see a visible wiggle. There we go. Still got his tights on. Just the merest of touches there for Tamberi.
You don't get a closer clearance than that, do you? I know we've had some rattling bars mostly in the men's pole vault, but Tamberi almost knows this event so well and just morphs his body into exactly the right trajectory. There was nothing to spare there.
Very good clearance indeed for Tamberi. Now this man, Thomas Carmoy. Well, we first saw him at the European Under-20 Championships a few years ago when he got a medal. He's gone on to get 2 European indoor bronzes. This would equal his best if he can clear 2:29. But he seems to be one of those jumpers who can pull it out when it matters. Too close to the bar. Much, much, much too close to the bar. But he does have 2 more attempts left. Seemed to just stutter. Wasn't the most fluent of run-ups. I think he might have known almost from about 3 strides out that it wasn't going to happen. But by that stage, there's not much you can do about it. Just run under the bar sometimes.
But very important points for Belgium here. Really high up this leaderboard.
So, Korbielski. Almost a personal best for Korbielski. But he goes out of the competition. Poland confirmed in 3rd place. He'll bank 14 points. But one of the men in front of him is a man wearing the Azzurri vest, Gianmarco Tamberi. So Poland will lose points overall at the top of these European Athletics Team Championship standings. There you can see it, 4 red crosses. That means the end of his competition. There's some good clearances there for Kubielski. Looking forward to seeing what he does. I don't think 2:30 is far away for the pole. Thomas Kamoy. I'm a little bit surprised he's taking this. I would have thought he might have gone for broke and gone up to 2:32. Oh, yes, though. That's exactly why. He's in good form. Still in second place as a result of taking 2 attempts at this height. But Thomas Kaboy equals his personal best. Jumped 2:29 indoors. Now has a European leading mark of 2:29 to his credit outdoors, along with Gianmarco Tamberi.
Again, I love these shots we've had of some of the teammates of the field competitors living the event with them. You can see they're just bending their bodies or bouncing with the triple jumpers. It's lovely to see the investment from the teammates. And Kamoy, that's a wonderful performance for him. Highest he's ever done outdoors as well. It's a real good day out for Kamoy here.
So 2:32 the next height. To start mentioning the championship record of 2:35. Dmytro Demyanuk of Ukraine in Stockholm, 2010. A day when it absolutely poured down, but the high jump was concluded just beforehand. I remember getting very, very chilly, very wet, with coffee and spluttering for about the next 3 days. Not a pleasant image, I know. Nevertheless, great jumping by Demyanuk. His father was also a great high jumper as well.
Next field event to get underway will be the women's long jump. So we get ready to introduce the athletes. Vasiliki Chaitidou of Greece, 6:49 at best. This is Daniela Gubler, a lifetime best in Zofingen in Switzerland last month, 6:64 she's improved to. Maite Biernaert of Belgium, really keen for points, bottom of the standings, 6 points up to Turkey in front of them. Lucy Hathaway, European under-23 bronze medalist 2 years ago in Tallinn. She improved in Limassol last month to 6:73. Really impressive from the young Briton. Marisa Luzzolo of Germany. So she won the old European Team Championship Super League 2 years ago inside this very stadium. Former World Under-20 bronze medalist as well. Michaela Kucherova. See Claire close to her PB of 6:36 this year. Czech Republic further clear of those relegation bottom 3 places now. With more than 50 points. Bokun of Poland. She was second 2 years ago. 6:71 her PB. 11 centimetres off that this year. Fatima Diame. Some terrific distances. Earlier this month, 6:81 season's best. Hasn't quite produced huge effort and a major championship just yet. Jessica Kahara of Finland, 2018 European under-18 high jump silver and triple jump bronze. Unusual combination. Larissa Iapicino, European indoor silver medalist, 6:83 in Athens last month for the European under-20 champion in 2019. in the colours of Portugal, Catarina Queiroz. Perhaps this is the competition over which she can go over 6 metres for the first time. Tilde Johansson, the 22-year-old from Sweden, a fantastic long jumper and also sprint hurdler, winning that title on home soil, the European Under-20s 4 years ago in Borås near Gothenburg. Pauline Hoorndema from the Netherlands has actually jumped further indoors, 6.57, compared to 6.53 outdoors. Ecem Kaligan of Turkey, 6.41 PB. And Hilary Kapacha, another excellent athlete to watch out for. She's second in Europe this year with 6.86. European Under-23 champion, World Military Games winner 4 years ago. And Tala Leofold of Norway, 6.15 her PB. So Norway third bottom and some 28.5 points off Greece.
So it's back in the high jump and the bar's up at 2 metres 32. Here's the man who's keeping Italy's potential triumph alive. He's in first place at the moment, and he's the first to jump at this height. Raw to motivate himself. I think significant amount of the Italian team, and you can see the Portuguese team sportingly supporting him as well. There's Gerson Balde, who is jumping in the B competition. He's hopped over the fence. He's attacking. Oh, not a bad effort for Tamberi. Not a bad effort at all. Very quick onto his run-up, into the bar. Good height there. Just tips off the bar with his knees and his calves. He's got 2 more attempts at this height. Karmoy. There's 1 more failure. Took 2 attempts to get over 229. So he doesn't have as much room to play with. This will be a new lifetime best by 3 centimetres for the young Belgian. He's 23 years of age, come through the European ranks. No, didn't have the height there. But if you're enjoying this high jump competition, well, like all the events, all 37 events in this Division 1 battle, the same number of events in Division 2 and Division 3. We do have highlights of it on our YouTube channel, the European Athletics YouTube channel, and of course live results on the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com. So if you're enjoying this European Athletics Team Championships and want to relive some of the moments again, well, there's so much content on our social media channels, and particularly the YouTube channel. So Karmoy has 1 final attempt at this height, because he's had 3 failures so far. Tamberi, potentially 2 attempts at this height. Everybody know he's gearing up and ready to go. This is of course his season's debut. Very focused. No, not as good as his first one, but he does have 1 final attempt left. He has the luxury, I think, of knowing that Thomas Karmoy will really have to dig deep and find something, because Karmoy is attempting a bar that's 3 centimetres higher than he's ever achieved in the past. So his teammate willing him over the bar, but it wasn't to be on this occasion. There's the full lineup. Kobielski, Poland, taking third place at the moment, so good points indeed for the host nation. Tamberi at the moment on his way to the 6th individual victory for the Italians. So Carboy, this is it for the Belgian. Clear, and he throws down the gauntlet to Gianmarco Tamberi. Fail, and he's finished, and he takes 15 points. And unfortunately it's the latter for the Belgian, but nevertheless equaling his personal best, and a terrific performance from Thomas Carmoy. As I was saying earlier, does have a habit of raising his game when it matters, both in European Athletics indoor and outdoor competitions and the European Athletics Team Championships. I'm sure we're going to see more of Thomas Carmoy battling for medals and high positions over the course of this summer and right the way through to, well, next summer he takes the battle to Gianmarco Tamberi on home soil, as Rome will be playing host to the 2024 European Athletics Championships.
This is perhaps Tamberi just making sure he's got the rules perfectly in his mind. And Carmoy, that's the end of the road, even though in a normal competition you'd have that third and final attempt because he's had his 4th fouls. He's out, and Tamberi perhaps just asking, what does this mean for me? We saw the confusion there from Mahuchik. She thought she'd had her final failure, but as the winner you kind of reset your clock a little bit and you get a few more, but that's kind of irrelevant for Tamberi here. He's on 2 fouls at 2:32 anyway, so
yes, he can have a third and final attempt at 2:32, and well, the arithmetic is very simple. Clear, and he can go on and challenge the championship record of 2:35. Fail, the competition comes to an end, but Tamberi takes maximum points, all 16 points for Italy. And I think he's decided to call it today. He's clarified the fact that he is winning on the basis of the fact that he was over 2:29 with his first effort. And who's he pointing to? Let's have a look. I don't know.
I think the Italian team were just giving him a football player type chant, thanking their captain for his efforts. It is good to see when you see athletes that raise their game or start their season here at European Team Championships. Zane Weir is having a very good day out here in the circle. It's a good opening round effort, pushed down into 3rd place by Michael Haratic and Scott Lincoln. So, just working our way through round 2 of the men's shot put, and that looked like a great second effort from the European indoor champion Zane Weir. A winning mark from Filip Mihailovic in Division 2 of 21.33, and Zane Weir has exceeded that here in the second round, 21.59, the furthest throw we've seen here at the European Team Championships across the divisions, and from one Italian that's definitely won to another that's put himself up in 1st place.
Does look like he might have one attempt at 2 meters 35. I'm seeing on the monitor it's going for 2:34. Oh well. Doesn't need to. He could put his feet up. He's just trying to rev himself up. It's a self-motivation, psychology. Who can motivate themselves? It's Gianmarco Tamberi, Olympic champion, European champion. A world indoor champion as well. Watching him win that world indoor title in Portland.
You see that, he's just moving the traffic cone, the cones back out the way. I'm not finished yet.
Yeah.
We're desperately trying to get ready for steeplechase, which will need those cones in place around the water jump that Tamberi for the moment's sake. Give me a bit more time here and have an attempt at 2:34.
Imploring his teammates to get behind him, give him a bit of oomph, as you like to say. And certainly they're responding. Michaela Fruber should be in action a bit later. Some of the women high jumpers are out there already warming up. And even the DJ is getting involved with thumping music, delivering a rhythm, pounding out around this Slasky Stadium. So, Gianmarco Tamberi, 2 meters 34. One attempt for him, but if he clears, he can carry on in this competition. And he's speeding in, he's very quick. No, just took off far too far away. It looks as though the technique just deserted him a little bit over the last couple of strides. But an excellent seasonal debut for the 2021 Olympic champion and 2022 European champion, Gianmarco Tamberi. The jumpers will be in action, including Erika Filani, his teammate. Quite a charismatic character. He really does have the attention of the crowd wherever he competes. There's the Italian flag. Cipollari flying home. Young fan going to get lucky and get an autograph there. He's very popular with young fans and very generous in his time in terms of engaging with young fans. Well, with the women's 3,000 metres steeplechase just underway, there's the lineup. To look out for Alicia Konachek. Well, Konachek won in 2021 the pole.
So the whole Sweden on the outside to border of Portugal joins us.
Laura Tamora of Portugal.
Number 12,
Maria Serrano. Well, she's improved this year to 9:27.09.
Marta Serrano. And before in position 11, she was fourth in
Going to get a lot of the rules. And this year, Konachek, Cissa Regatta, is 4 years younger. Ran in the 5,000 metres and finished 9th, but I think they're looking to Konachek to get big points this year. Fastest woman in this race on seasonal best and personal best, improved recently in California to 9:25.51.
Let's pause in position number 3 for the European Under 23 champion 2021 from France.
French woman.
Flavia Renard. And let's pause in position
colours.
number 2. She's in good form, the 28-year-old from Turkey, 15th last year.
Bench. This is her first steeplechase of the year. Has run 9:25.68 for the European Under 23 champion back in 2015. Also, World University Games winner over the barriers in 2017. So that championship record set earlier this week by Louisa Geiger, 9:17.31. Well, that is excellent mark from Geiger. 8 seconds faster than Check has run this year. Oh, and it looks as though it's a very, very sedate start to this race. Took her Govan out in front. Govan has got a very good range all the way up from decent marks at 800 metres all the way up to 10,000 metres on the track. She's been really experimenting with a whole set of different distances over the years. Turk in front, set a personal best of 9:25.58 in the European Championships finals last August in Munich. Well, this is fairly sedentary pace, wouldn't you say?
It is pretty slow, and while you might think that's easy, look at this pack trying to go over that barrier when they've got so many bodies to negotiate. This is pretty dangerous, I think, when you're doing a steeplechase. We're only 150 metres away from the first water jump as well. Gavunk has she's put herself in a good space, the Turkish athlete at the front. She's got a good view at the hurdles, as does Renaud of France. But some of those athletes that are mid-pack as we head towards this first water jump. Everyone's going to start to swing wide to try and get a better look. But let's just hope everyone gets over to see the Spanish athlete darting wide there. Good. Oh, I was going to say it was a rough landing there for the athlete from the Netherlands. Struggling there, but I think at some point someone's going to lose their patience with this slow running here in the big pack.
Well, it does look like Govan may be the one who has lost the patience. I just thought she was going to increase the pace very slightly, which she did for about 100 metres, and then it just ratcheted back again. So 600 metres in unofficially 2:06. It's very, very slow pace at this stage in proceedings. I guess it was Bakker, the Dutch woman, who took that water jump rather badly. And she's one of the better performers. It's personal best of 9:47, quite experienced. The Dutch woman, 3 times national champion. We know who we've talked about. She's the reigning European under-23 champion. Italian. There. Italy's Eleonora Patabi. Personal best of 9:47, but this year hasn't run that quick by about 10 seconds. This is going to be very interesting. I mean, it's going to be a very slow first kilometre time. Kilometre mark will be shown as they come past the finishing line. You can see 5 laps to go. That's the problem that Hannah was talking about. With a slow pace, yes, of course you're conserving energy. 3:21.61, so not even 10-minute pace.
And it doesn't really matter how good you are at hurdling. When you're in a pack like this, you can try and tee yourself up, choose a good line. If we just look, we've got Pauline Meyer of Germany. She looks like she's in a good position now at the outside of the pack, and she's done okay, but it doesn't take much for instance, the Italian athlete there to decide that she needs to step wide as well. They're in front of you, and it just totally kills your momentum. And it's very, very tricky. You very rarely practice this sort of thing in training. These are some of the top women in Europe. And the chances they've got a big pack like this to train with are virtually zero. And this is the real race experience you get when you come to European Team Championships. Gavunk is doing well to keep herself out of trouble. The Polish athlete on the inside, she was 4th in Munich. Just one spot ahead of Gavunk, so they're very used to racing each other. I really am surprised and very relieved to see these water jumps being successfully navigated by such a big pack.
Also looking good there at the moment, it's Serrano, the young 20-year-old Spaniard, improved this year to 9:27. Serrano, good credentials, 2 times world under-20 finalist in 2021 and last year, now moving up an age category. Someone we might be looking out for at the European Under-23 Championships in Espoo next month. This is a good moment to actually plug the European Athletics live stream for those championships. Of course, every single moment of those European Under-23 Championships next month from the 13th to the 16th of July will be on the European Athletics YouTube channel and the Eurovision Division Sport, all athletics portable as well. Now it's starting to just speed up a very, very tiny amount. And it is Konachek and Quebec leading the way at the moment. There's certainly a palpable increase of pace. Of course, there's a number of women in here who haven't even broken 10 minutes, despite that rather slow first kilometre. Quebec, Serrano, Konachek just behind them, filling out that top four. They're starting to put a bit of daylight between themselves and the rest of the field. It's Flamy Renaud of France. So at the moment, with 3 laps to go, 1,200 metres, it's going a little bit to form. They were the 4 women we were looking at. Italian Katabi just drifting back a little bit now. She's in about 6th position. Chasing group being led by Sweden's Lina Soderholm. Germany's Pauline Mayer also up there. Now it is the 4 women at the front. Serrano, Gauvin, Konachek and Renaud, who are now starting to put distance between themselves and the rest.
Gauvin is very, very good at that water jump. So Konachek of Poland try and push the pace on around about 2 laps ago, and Gauvin just closed it down, sprinting into the water jump and powering off the top of it. I think that's her strength here today. They come up to the bell now. It's going to be 2 laps to go. Marta Serrano has personal best this season of 9:27. She's 20 years old. She's improving. She's also lowered her 5,000 metre best to 15:27. So this Spanish athlete has got strength and good form in this event. The Polish athlete, so experienced. I mentioned that 4th place in Munich. She would have taken a lot from that last summer. She's had a very quiet race sitting there in 3rd place. She had a go at getting it going, but then left it to the Turkish athlete to push from the front. Flavie Renaud of France, I think she's close enough. I think that gap we see between her and the top 3 is just giving her enough space to sight the hurdles. It's not necessarily the elastic braking that we see in some endurance races. I think the French woman is just running very smartly there with the pack.
600 metres to go now. Come round to take the water jump for the penultimate time. She's led for most of the race. It's Golenk of Turkey, the European under-23 champion, 28 years of age. 3,000 metre steeplechase this year, but it's not really showing very much ring rust at the moment. Serrano just starting to look a bit tired. This is the chasing pack led by Mayer of Germany and Tabata of Portugal. The Italian Cortave starting to drift back. So Italy going to lose points to Poland in this race. That's almost certain. And as they're hitting the front to the roars of the spectators here in the Pulaski Stadium, Alicia Konachek hitting the front. Konachek coming around, working really hard now. She's got about a 5-metre gap over Serrano. Renaud, Gauvin now starting suddenly to look very tired. Her head bobbing from side to side, the turn. This is Cortabe, the Italian. She's a long way back at the moment. This is all about the points. But Konachek well on her way now. Just 1 hurdle to go. And this is going to be a good victory for Poland, and it's going to be a big roar as she comes home. It's going to be Alicia Konachek coming home for the 2nd European Team Championships in succession. The time unofficially 9:38.73. That doesn't really matter, although it was a good 3:13 last kilometre to make the time respectable. Now this is all important, coming home in, I believe, 7th place, subject to confirmation. It's Italy's Eleonora Katabi. So Poland are going to pull back points on Italy after that event. And the audits go to Alicia Konachek, US based for much of the year, used to attend the University of Western Colorado. 9:38.72, just beating out Flavie Renaud of France. Marta Serrano of Spain taking a good third. The young Spaniard keeping Spain well in the points.
Strong effort from Tuba, driven Turkish athlete on her season debut here. She's not run a 3,000 steeplechase yet. I think she had a real go here at controlling the race, perhaps knowing if she wasn't in tip-top shape, she didn't want the race to be totally blistering fast from the start. The Turkish athlete gradually wound it up once she felt like she was able to, and whittled that group down to 4. And she was well rewarded with 4th place, and that's very good points for Turkey to continue their battle to get out of the relegation zone. Well navigated race from 16 of these women in a busy field, but for me, Alicia Konek was just biding her time. She was tucked on the inside and hurdling extremely well despite the bunch here. Look at the Polish woman tucked there in 3rd place, managing to navigate the hurdles smoothly and left herself that extra change of pace for when she really needed it. Konachek was very aware throughout the race of what was going on, who was around her, and when she was ready to strike, it was a very decisive move for Konachek. Brilliant 16 points, back up the win that she took at the European Team Championships 2 years ago in this stadium, history repeating itself. And Flavie Renaud of France finished very strongly to get herself above Marta Serrano of Spain.
I make that the 4th individual victory for Poland over the course of these 2.5 days of this Division 1 at the European Athletics Team Championship. Well, just in front of us, the Polish broadcasters standing up and cheering her home as well, as have been much of the stadium. There we have confirmations. Alicia Konachek, second successive victory in this event, 9:38.72. Flavie Renaud just 4 seconds outside her personal best, and Marta Serrano of Spain completing the top 3. And a couple of personal bests as well, a little bit further down the field. 30 events undergone, 7 to come. Italy, they're still very much in command of this competition, but Poland have reduced the deficit to 23.5 points, and 17 points further back, Germany in 3rd.
Can't come through that steeplechase race without a quick nod to Luisa Geiger, who front ran in the 3rd division to win 21 seconds faster, remains the championship record.
It was a super impressive run for Luisa Geiger. It was days ago now. Enjoyed 6 days of wonderful athletics action here at Stadion Slezski. Zane Weir is in the lead at the moment. We've another foul, 2 fouls in a row, but with a 21.59, Zane Weir can relax and take the handbrake off, have some fun, try and see how far he can throw. So we're down to just 8 athletes in round 4. Zane Weir, because we're throwing in descending order now. Zane Weir completing round 4. So you can see from the graphics, Scott Lincoln, the season's best, 21.10, is in 2nd place. Michael Haratic, local athlete, in 3rd. This is Francesco Bello of Portugal. He will start round 5. He's just dragged his foot over the toe board there unintentionally. Francesco Bello not able to control that. So that will be the end of the competition for Francisco Bello. Only the top 4 are going to advance to round 6. Good points for Portugal. Brings us to Fred Moudani Lekibi of France. 1965, his best effort from the 2nd round. Over 19 metres from Moudani Lekibi. Nice smile. He's gone over 20 metres this season over in the States, Austin, Texas. Could have been at the NCAs, I'm not quite sure, I won't commit to that. Danny Akibi of France. That will be the end of his competition as well. It's a foul that won't be measured. Marcus Thompson is picking up good points for Norway here. So yeah, struggle ever so slightly. The bottom of the table, 20 metres his best throw. A few more points are there for the taking. Thomas Stanek only on 20 metres and 3 centimetres. That's not going to be any improvement for Thompson, I don't think. And I think the indication he's doing there with his hands that was very close to really hitting it to a very good throw. That frustration straight away. It's timing off ever so slightly. So with Nur Bolat and Andreas de la Power of Belgium and Turkey respectively not making it through to the top 8. It's a lot of points here for Norway. They're still really chasing Greece, I think, for that to get out of the relegation zone. Greece down in 11th place in this men's shot put as well. Thomas Stanek would love to be a little bit higher. He's number 3 in the European lead list, 21.71. Only throwing 20 metres and 3 centimetres. That's off to the side a little bit. That's going to improve for Thomas Stanek, I think. 4th place overall, Carlos Tobalina of Spain, 20 metres 19. This might be enough to get Thomas Stanek another throw. This will be very welcome for Stanek. Great bronze in Munich last August, and then a second in Istanbul in March. Last 2 European Championships. Thomas Stanek has been measured at 20.47. He has dethroned Carlos Tobalina and his fantastic beard. He was in 4th place and due an extra throw. He's going to have to respond to that challenge from Thomas Stanek. It's a good effort from Tobalina, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think in the last gasp here, he's been robbed of his 6th round throw.
Give him 16 points for his beard, though. That is
Yeah.
quite the most splendid beard I've seen over the full week of competition.
I do think we all should have been, probably the stadium announcers as well, given a bonus 3 points to award where we wanted. I might have gone to Melo Vloon and his barrel roll over the pole vault, and yeah, I think we deserve that, right?
Olga Odniewka in the javelin for car control.
Yes. There we go. Michael Heretic in 3rd place at the moment. He is the championship record holder for the European team champs. He got back in 2019 in Bydgoszcz. Okay from Heretic. Close to 21, nowhere near the 21.59 of Zane Weir. So Italy in 1st at the moment, Poland in 3rd. We've just seen them reduce the deficit. They came into the day 35.5 points behind Italy. Last time we checked, they were only 23.5 points. They really are chipping away at Italy. You feel like the momentum's still with the Italians, but the Polish have certainly not given up this fight. So a foul for Heretic there in his 5th attempt. He'll have one more. Scott Lincoln is having a very good series, chipping away, improving bit by bit. 21.10 is a new season's best for the athlete from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That's going to be just below 21 metres. Again, I think that indication from Scott Lincoln is more of a, I'm very close to something good there. He's been performing okay this season. Took a great win in Prague in terrible conditions, pouring rain, 2065. So I think Scott Lincoln's probably been enjoying the weather forecast here in Silesia.
I think that might have been the competition where they lost his luggage and he was completely without it. Managed to get by.
I mean, he did have clothes when he threw. So.
Yes.
But, yes, and in horrible weather conditions, you certainly don't want to only be able to compete in what you travelled in and travel home in what you competed in. Zane Weir is in the lead at the moment, 21.59. Touched slightly on that fractured finger about 12 months ago for Zane Weir. It was very, very disruptive. He was 5th in Tokyo, couldn't build on that last year, but bounced back supremely well in Istanbul to take the win.
Well, I was fortunate enough to talk to Zane Weir just a couple of days ago at the press conference, and we had quite a long chat. Zane was actually telling me, and I think this will be of interest to people, that after his European indoor win, he and his coach, Paolo Di Soglio, just sat down and started to unpack their technique and see what they can do. He's not necessarily expecting great things this year, although that's a really good performance at 21.56. But he wants to get up there, get on equal terms with the likes of Ryan Krauser, for instance. Now, people may think that's pretty much for a tall order, but he's thrown over 22 metres indoors. It's where can he go from there that he's wondering about. And that may not happen this year, but he's aiming towards the Olympics next year and also the European Championships in Rome.
Next field action is the men's javelin. They are lined up, ready to be introduced. Frank Dusanza of Switzerland, throwing 72 metres 74 this season, over 75 for his career best.
Please welcome the representative from Belgium.
Timothée Herman of Belgium added 9 metres to his personal best. He's just whizzed off through the camera there. This is Joe Dunderdale of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the national champion from a few years ago. Julian Faber, for me, the in-form man, 88.37 in Reylingen a few weeks ago. Martin Konechny of the Czech Republic is next to be introduced. He's a new season personal best this season, 18 metres 06.
Please welcome from Poland. He's in good form.
David Wegner of Poland will throw 6th, 82.21. And the most significant fact about that is it's much better than the Italian thrower. He's a little bit further down the line here. Manu Quijera of Spain, 2-time national champion this event. Taneli Jutinen of Finland is a late replacement for the injured Toni Kusala. Doing his best to keep Finnish team hopes alive. Mikael Fina of Italy will throw 9th. Personal best in Treviso, Italy, 75.52 this season. Leandro Ramos of Portugal is their national record holder. Winter Throwing Cup winner earlier on this season in Liera. Jakob Samuelsson of Sweden has previously been a decathlete, but at the moment just focusing on javelin. Thomas van Opheim of the Netherlands is their national record holder, 80 metres 70 a few years ago.
We welcome from Turkey 3 times.
Emil Onsal of Turkey has won the Turkish national championships 3 times. It's not far off his lifetime best, just a shade under 80 metres in this season. Felisa Bahai Souseya of France, 23 years old, and he won their national championships last year.
From Norway, the 20-year-old
Daniel Thana of Norway is in 78.80 this season. He's still just 20 years old, plenty of development left to go. This is the Greek athlete Yannis Kyriaz. A wonderful day out for his teammate Sengo, who struggled slightly on the women's side. Let's hope Kyriazis can do better here for the men as they continue in their battle for against relegation.
So as our men's javelin competition gets underway, let's do the final round of the men's shot put.
So still got the men's 5,000 and the 4x4 relays to come on track. Shot put ongoing in the field.
Into the final 4 for the men's shot put. Thomas Stanek up first. Been on the podium at the last 2 European Championships. He's in 4th here at the European Team Championships. Just a note, really, nod to Filip Mihailovic of Croatia, 21.33, his mark to win Division 2. Only Zane Weir has gone further than that. In the overall standings, when you mash everything together, Thomas Stanek is the 5th best men's shot put athlete we've seen here at the European Team Championships. Heavy throws in Europe, so strong. A lot of athletes relieved to see some of the competitors pushed down into other divisions. Filip Mihailovic has certainly troubled these men here in Division 1. So Stanek, one last opportunity here to improve on his 20.47. Shoulders dropping there just at the last moment. There wasn't a punch behind it. He's walked out the front. Thomas Stanek, 20.47. It's but not up there with some of his other performances this year. Third at the Diamond League, second in Prague, and one in Kladno in 21.64 just a few days ago. Stanek tapping his head there, perhaps saying he thinks there was a mental trouble here as well as physical. So Michael Harytik of Poland, big noise in the stadium. They're totally unashamed here in it, pumping up the volume every time a Polish athlete steps up to compete. That looked good from Harytik right on the 21-metre line. Scott Lincoln in second place at 21.10 at the moment. I think Harytik's going to improve on his 20.85. To the naked eye here in the arena, I don't think that's going to exceed 21 metres. Michael Harytik will stay in third place. Good performance, a solid performance. The Polish would have been hoping for Harytik to launch out well over 21 metres, or for Zane Weir perhaps to falter. Great to see the patriotic crowds here, all dressed up, cheering on their stars. 20.89 is a 4 centimetre improvement for Harytik. Third place. Scott Lincoln up next, the bronze medalist from Commonwealth Games last summer. A personal best of 21.28, so he's not been too far off that with his 21.10, but that's the closer side of the 21-metre line. He taps his toe over the line. And Scott Lincoln, this is a good stage in his season to throw a personal best. Good time to go over 21 metres for the first time as he looks towards national championships and the final chance to qualify for Budapest. As he says, it's coming. Let's hope Scott Lincoln can do enough to get himself onto the plane. Trains with Chase Ely, the women's world champion, and Paul Wilson, their coach here, supported Scott. So, final throw of the competition. Italy, another win. They've been doing very well. Gianmarco Tamberi took a very popular victory. At the other end of the stadium, you can see the high jump beds ready for the women. Zane Weir has got the job done here in the men's shot put. Another throw in excess of 21 metres. That would be 3 in this series. Brilliant to hear about those technical adjustments Zane Weir's been working on. And he caught up with Phil Minchell at the press conference, and I love it when he said, you know, you might not expect much this season, but that's pretty good. 3 throws over 21. So perhaps they're just trying to take the pressure off themselves ever so slightly, Weir and his coach. But that's a great effort here, a 21.59 and a win.
Well, Weir is also looking forward to the European Championships next year, and it's just been revealed that the men's shot puts will be in the Colosseum.
That's amazing. Zane Weir up top in the men's shot put, 21.59. God, they can take the gladiators to rolling back the years if they let these men's shot put athletes back into that gladiator arena. Scott Lincoln was second, Michael Harytik was third. Down the other end of the table, so good marks all the way down.
So we've just seen the end of the men's shot put. The women's long jump is getting underway, and this is the women's high jump. Those are the lineups for the 2 different competitions that will be operating side by side of each other.
So let's
This
meet
is the second final, but there's some very good women in this. Germany is Blessing Anatole.
We welcome from Italy a personal best of
187 recently. Erika Falani, older sister of Matteo Falani, who finished second in the long jump yesterday. We've seen her cheering the rest of the Italians along. Former world under-20 champion Michaela Kuba. Personal best of 194. Victoria Miasso, 3 times national indoor champion, despite still only being 21. Glenka Antonia of the Netherlands. Won the Dutch title back in 2021. Una Stanchev of Spain. Personal best of 185. Some more modest jumpers in this field. Annabella Neto also will just be hoping for a decent performance haul. Keep Portugal well clear of the relegation zone.
Sigrid Clark.
Sigrid Kleider. Well, Norway
Let's meet the athletes lined
look
up
as
for
though
Group
this
A
deadly.
of the women's high jump.
Was expecting them to be trying
Let's
to get
welcome
out
from
of
France
the
in
relegation
first
zone, but they're still a little bit stuck in it. Here's the A competition lineup.
6 times the national champion from Greece.
Noel Menica, who's been jumping very well. Personal best of 193. Tatiana Gustin, 6 times national champion for Greece.
National high jump champion.
Musa Savaska of Turkey, twice national champion of
Indoor
Turkey.
Championship bronze medalist 2 years ago from
European
Finland.
indoor bronze medalist 2 years ago when we were in Turun, Ella Janila.
Please welcome the 18-year-old from
95
Belgium.
Rapidly improving, very talented teenage Meryl
6
Mice.
times national heptathlon
Bronze medalist
champion
last
from
year at the
Sweden.
European Under-18s. Bianca Solming, better known as a heptathlete,
We welcome a Commonwealth Games
done very
finalist
well
from
in
Great
European
Britain,
heptathlon
Northern
competitions. Here contesting the high jump for
Ireland. Lorna
Sweden.
Taylor.
Laura Zeiler,
And completing the lineup, the
Commonwealth
6-time
Games
national
finalist
champion
last
from
year in
Switzerland.
Birmingham,
Salome
and
Lang.
the Swiss national record holder with a personal best of 197 from 2 years ago, and a multiple champion,
On the
Salome Lang.
scoreboard, the team standings after
There's how it looks after the shot put.
37
Well,
minutes.
Italy,
Poland,
365 points now, 25.5 points ahead of Poland after that victory by Zane Weir. Germany still very solidly in third place at the moment with 316.5 points. Turkey, Norway and Belgium, well, it's not all over yet, but there's a lot of work to do. Turkey having the best bet of trying to climb them out of the relegation zone. Turkey 19.5 points behind Greece, but they're running out of events in which to score points and overtake
On the
their
track,
rivals.
it's time for the men's 5,000 metres.
That's right, next on the track is the men's 5,000 metres. Really intriguing battle, this one.
A spread across the track at the 200-metre start.
Let's
We'll
take you through the lineups.
stop at a few of the athletes who couldn't
Elzan
pick up the
Bibic
points here
of Serbia and
today.
Jordan Guzman of Malta, the two winners from the second and third divisions respectively. This is Andreas Almgren, Sweden, national record holder in Brussels last year. He set that time of 13:01,
Portugal joins us.
fastest in this field. Yaman Bahan Kripa, though, going for a hat-trick of 5,000 metre wins at the European Team Championships. In this stadium 2 years ago, winning as well as in Bydgoszcz in 2019.
Position number 11 in super form this year, the
Spaniard
European number 2.
Thierry Ndikamunayo, 26-year-old, who had a lifetime best of 12:58.60, so the fastest among those here. And that was at the recent Oslo Diamond League.
Position 10, the national champion over 10,000
Mateusz
metres
Gosz of
fluid.
Poland also highlighted, 13:52 at best. So it's going to be fascinating to see who sits the early pace
Zajic from the
who
Czech Republic. Hello.
and hold on to it as well.
Germany, Davis from Great Britain, Northern Ireland.
Johnny Davis of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, they're second in the UK this year. Kibrab of Norway. Also we go past, lifetime best of in Stockholm in May of 13:18. And on the inside you can see there Ramazan Özdemir of Turkey, who has 1,500 and 3,000 metre Balkan titles. Well, I mentioned that Yaman Bahan Kripa of Italy has won on the last two occasions, but interestingly, Spain have got a top 3 finish in 4 out of the last 5 editions of these championships, and France in 3 out of the last 5. Kripa obviously on for the hat-trick. The last winner on home soil was Arne Gabius of Germany in Braunschweig in 2014. Mo Farah winning in Gateshead in Britain the year before that. How are things going to play out in 2023? And not the first time we've said this for a distance race in the first division. They've gone out in a fairly leisurely pace, Hannah England.
They have, and I think it would have been very, very warm when these men were warming up. It's nice now. The cloud has really come in over the stadium. It's a better temperature. It's 24 degrees. They've still got a drink station out on the back straight, but I think perhaps the intimidation from the weather would have started a couple of days ago when the athletes arrived, and it was very hot and humid. You mentioned, Alex, a while ago, the two of us, we did go down to the stadium at the start of this session. It was very, very warm. It's better now, but I think that's what's making the athletes a little bit tentative. They're going to come through the first 400 metres here in 15-minute pace. So we look back to Elzem Bibic, 13:53 his winning mark. It was a blistering last kilometre from the Serbian athletes. So they've got to keep their eye on that if they want to be up there with the overall standings.
So some interesting athletes who've emerged this year, including Ndika Mwenayo with that recent Oslo lifetime best. Really impressive from him. But Yaman Bahan Kripa, the one who's been there and done it before in this competition.
Yeah, Yamani Burhan Kripa, we can see him in the blue vest of Italy, not to be mistaken with the blue vest of Greece that's in the lead. There he goes. Yamani Burhan Kripa, he will not want to let this pace dawdle too much.
Let's switch over to the long jump. So Poland needing points as they chase down Italy. This is Bokun in this third round. You can see at the moment only good enough for 3 points. And the top 8 looks to be 6:18 of Tilda Johansson at the moment. 6:21 in fact. You can see very cautious on the board. It doesn't look like she's managed to get up into that top 8. And this is a great event for Italy with Larissa Iapicino, who at the moment has 6:66 and is in second place.
Yamani Burhan Kripa of Italy just exploded. We left him about a lap ago. See the blue Italian vest at the front. He just went tearing off, and it's caught a few men by surprise. There were 5 that managed to go with them. Johnny Davis of Great Britain and Northern Ireland was a bit far back, but he reacted very quickly and he's pulled himself back to the group. But Ndika Mwenayo of Spain was even further back. They have managed to get themselves back into a long single train there. The Turkish athlete Ozdemir doing a good job there. I don't know, I don't think it's time for a drink right now. It's not a drink, just a splash down the back of your throat, back of your neck there. But Yamani Burhan Kripa had enough of that slow pace and he got it going. Just as I say that, he's relinquished the lead.
Yes, to Andreas Almgren of Sweden, who was fourth over this distance at the European Championships in Munich last year. Another of those who could have chosen a different distance, maybe 1,500 metres. But with that excellent national record last year, going for the 5,000. Seems like Yaman Bahan Kripa is almost able to run within himself and to be super relaxed out there, to play a few games, asking the others, come on, someone else come through, do a bit of hard work out front. Be really interesting to see how the next few laps goes and whether this group, which is, 9 at the moment, is then broken up even further.
I'll tell you what, this is very reminiscent of the European 10,000 metres Cup from a few weeks ago, which I commentated on when it came from France with Yamani Bahan Kripa. Sometimes taking the lead, making the pace fairly decent, never really going flat out, trying to encourage the other runners to take the pace here and there, but not afraid to do some of the work himself. And then what happened? Heard the bell, and then he just went through the gears and sped off. It wasn't the fastest time we've ever seen for a European 10,000 metres Cup. He was comfortably inside 28 minutes though, and he really does have a fantastic range. He's also got a really good finishing kick. Now, Almgren we know also has. He's got a lot of good credentials over 1,500 metres. The interesting factor, I think, is Ndika Mwenayo, because he's making his debut in a Spanish vest. He's got that super fast time from Oslo from a couple of weeks ago. Well, he was born in Burundi, but he's been based in Spain for many years, and he's just got clearance to run from Spain. I'm just looking at some of the Spanish media over the last day or two, and he's very proud indeed to be wearing the red vest of his adopted country. And we've just seen him move up there. Now, most of his credentials have come at cross-country. He had an absolutely fantastic winter season at cross-country. Won very many high-quality races against African opposition. I don't think he's going to be too happy, though, letting it come down to a final last sprint. He's got good speed, but I don't think he's got the speed of Almgren and Cripper.
So still this big group out front, 5:32. The last kilometre split, and the chasing group, by the way, which include Rick van Riel of the Netherlands, Ruben Amaral of Portugal, the sharp end of it, along with the Greek Marius Anagnostou, 11 seconds behind last time they went through. I think it's widened just a bit as well. Don't forget, they're battling for every single position and point, which is always great to see at these championships, as we still see Andreas Almgren here of Sweden looking up at the big screen as well, and he'll get a sense of how those gaps have grown. Cripper still right on his shoulder.
Almgren seems perfectly content to share this lead with Cripper, and you're right, Phil, to pick out his finishing speed, that 3:32 from Oslo probably a week ago, less than 10 days ago. That's really, really quick, and I don't think Cripper's got a wonderful change of pace. I'd call him a strength kicker. He can really switch it on in the last 400, despite perhaps not having the track times that you might expect at those shorter distances. But Almgren is pushing at the front. Deacon when Neo as well. I think I'm surprised to see the Swedish one be the athlete pushing it. 62 through that 400 metres as well. They really are moving now.
Well, I can't say with any veracity what's going on in Almgren's head, but I just think he's just absolutely confident. I mean, he's got a personal best of 13:01. That's a Swedish record in itself. And that 3:32, despite him finishing, what was it, down in about 12th place in that unbelievably fast 1500 metres when there was 9 men inside 3:30. So just giving him every confidence that he can mix it up with the very best in the world, that he can really extend his reign. And whatever he's been doing, I don't know the details, he's been doing it right.
So Almgren of Sweden from Cripper of Italy, and Deacon Winayo in third place, and then Miele, World University Games 1500 metre silver medalist back in 2017, Johnny Davis also in this group, but just beginning to fall off the back. Kibrab in front of him for Norway, another who's new to representing his country, and then Gosh falling back a bit.
8:13 through 3k. It doesn't really tell the whole story. It was a slow first couple of laps, and they're really starting to churn out these laps now. Almgren just content to sit at the front. I think this would be a big result for Almgren if he could pick up the win here against the likes of Cripper and the Deacon when Neo, and he's not trying to do it the sneaky way. He's not just trying to sit there and have an easy ride. He's trying to do it from the front. Alexis Miele has got a very good close on him, the Frenchman, 3:34 man. He's done very well at the World University Games with that good kick over a few years ago. The Frenchman looking very comfortable sitting there in fourth place.
Yes, 13:22.55 over this distance in order from last month. Almgren looking round, Cripper as well, and then Deacon Winayo in a very comfortable position just on the shoulder of both of them, but he moves onto the outside. Just behind them you can see Kibrab and Johnny Davis now have each other for company. 4 laps to go.
Well, Hannah, you've probably got a better view of this than I have, but I'm looking at the 200 metre split, and they've been concertinaing. Sometimes we've been seeing 32s, and other times 37s. It's been going fast, slow, and I'm sure that's what's taken its toll a little bit on the men behind. Of course, the likes of Almgren and Adiko Winayo capable of handling that and certainly demanding a hard grip, but it's been slightly eccentric racing. It hasn't been smooth at all.
I would absolutely love that if that's what Almgren's doing to this group. That is horrible. That's the sort of, you'd be staring at the back of you and going, are you kidding? I think you could be right, Phil, because sometimes when they come through the start-finish line here, there's a surge from Almgren, and people practice that in training. It's a very effective way to build up your lactic tolerance by forcing yourself to do this in training. But trying to ask this of your competitors in a race, that would be pretty nasty. And Almgren is still pushing at the front. The overall lap there, 63. It looked like Cripper might have been struggling ever so slightly, but it's fine. He's got himself up there with Ndika Neo as well. If these three, I do not know what is going to happen. It's very, very tight.
And there we see a nice slow motion shot. Oh, wonderful technique as well. That's almost classic running technique. His arms are absolutely in sync, no flailing about. Ndika Neo, well, his arms do come across his chest just a little bit, and Yamadi Baham Crippa tends to hold his arms very high. But that's almost classic upper body distance running style from Algren.
So 2:40, the last split. 1k to go. This trio now out front. You can see that gap back to Miele of France, Almgren of Sweden, Ndika Neo of Spain, and then Crippa in third place. But is he just waiting to strike? Well, the fastest time in Europe this year, Mohamed Katir of Spain, who of course won that 1500 metres, which was another brilliant battle, 12:52 at that brilliant Florence Diamond League race. There is Kiprab and Johnny Davis, of course, going with that early pace, as did Mateusz Gosz of Poland, somewhat paying the price, but also looking fairly strong to battle among themselves and still get a decent handful of points, of course. Algren doing well to hold his composure, though, and lead for such a long time in the race. Crippa, though, that is perhaps the biggest surprise so far, beginning to fall back now.
Hey, Crippa is done. I don't want to write him off. The Italian is ferocious. He's such a competitor. He will be emptying the tank here, but perhaps those 10,000 metre exploits catching up with him, causing a bit of fatigue. It's going to be a two-man battle as they come to the bell. Sweden versus Spain.
Absolutely thrilling stuff. So 12:30 at the bell, and Crippa surely can't respond now. 61 seconds that lap. And Ndika Neo, we know that he had that fabulous personal best in Oslo of 12:58, and he takes the lead now. So the Spaniard in front of the man from Sweden, who is now staring down at him, Almgren, who's led for so long. 200 to go now. What rivalry between these two. It was 9 men, whittled down to 4, then to 3, then somehow Crippa, who was on for a hat-trick potentially, fell off. Almgren and Ndika Neo as they round the lap runner. Almgren of Sweden is still there. He's not giving these up. He's gritting his teeth. Ndika Neo looks over his shoulder and he holds on to take a thrilling maximum point victory for Spain. 2:31 for that last kilometre, so the fastest of all. What an incredible head-to-head. Crippa will be so disappointed, but ultimately these two men in front doing so well, pushing the pace. As Bill said, it was up and it was down, concertinaing. Eventually 13:25 on the clock. Davis beating Kiprab in the finish between them, and the Turk making up a few places in the last couple of laps, Özdemir. And we will see some very much exhausted men laying down the track. This was that big chasing group well behind. Another to make up ground was Helander of Finland over those last few laps, as top 8 times now will come through. But just look at that separation, 35-36 seconds back from our winner, as we said. Now very proud to wear the red vest of Spain, Thierry Ndika Neo.
What a way to start your Spanish career for Ndika Neo, taking a win. Seeing Matthias Gosz of Portugal, of Portugal. Sorry, apologies, wrong name, right nation. The Portuguese athlete is finishing his efforts here. Ruben Amaral. There was a big roar for the Polish athlete Matthias Gosz from the crowd as he was tearing through the field in the last 150, but there was a group there that worked really strongly behind the lead pack, and they had a similarly explosive sprint finish. Ndika Neo lovely win there, and he does get the fastest time across all the divisions. I was worried about that in the very slow first couple of laps, but they did get going after that.
Well, the second victory for Spain, following on from Daniel Arque's victory in the 3,000 metre steeplechase. But two small aspects of consolation for Yamani Bahan Kripa. Well, firstly, he's put quite a few points between himself and the Polish runner, and that means Italy extend their lead at the top of the team standings, and they are slowly but inexorably moving towards their very first European team title, even extending back to the old European Cup, whether it was the men or the women. And considering this was a competition that was originally founded by an Italian, Bruno Zoli, and it bore his name for many, many years, it's a little bit of a surprise that they've never taken that title, but they're on their way to doing it now. Well, almost 60 years after this Cup and now Team Championships got underway. And into the bargain, Yamani Bahan Kripa's championship record of 13-17-23 stays on the record books for another 2 years. That time set in this very stadium in Horzo, the Slasky Stadium 2 years ago. Well, it's going to be there to fight for an attack in Madrid in 2 years' time.
It was a masterful closing lap there from the Spanish athlete, taking the lead round the back straight. That was very important. Got himself the pole position. You can see Algrim was finishing at the same speed as him, but the gap that Ndika Munmayo got down the back straight, that's it. That's job done. And then you've just got to defend. That's what we've seen at so many kind of global championships with the men's 5K.
So Thierry Ndika Munmayo, the first winner of the men's 5,000 at these championships since Antonio Abadia in 2017, and now means they've had a top 3 finish in the men's 5,000 in 5 out of the last 6 editions of the European Athletics Team Championship. Right, want to head straight to this long jump, and let's have a look. It's the top 8. It's the 5th round now. Lucy Hadaway opened up with 6:31. That is her best, very consistent, you can see, with 3 jumps within 3 centimetres of one another. Doing very well in this competition a couple of years ago. Also the European Under-23s, and as well Limassol last month over 6:73, her new personal best, and that is very close to the top 3 here. It's quite a congested leaderboard at this point. Hilary Capaccia of France, 6:75, who beat the likes of European indoor champion Jazz Sawyers and 7-time European medalist Ivana Valletta recently. Marissa Iapicino 6:66 in second, and Pauline Hondema 6:49 in third. So Hadaway moves up to 5th place. Nice on the board, but yes, she's certainly maximised her international opportunities. Going back to 2017, she was a medalist at the Commonwealth Youth Games as well, and now doing the business at senior level. But on that occasion, 6 years ago, she was badly injured in the warm-up, but decided, I've come all this way, I might as well jump, and came away with a bronze medal. Jessica Kahara, great high jumper and triple jumper here in the long jump. 6:47 in Jyväskylä this year. And that jump looks almost identical to Hadaway's mark. So really nice to see these women improving centimetre by centimetre. These are the standings with 32 out of 37 events completed, and you can see they're more than 30 points. Italy lead Poland. So what would have to be an average of 6 in each event that Poland beat Italy by. And that is also fairly close at the bottom. Greece ahead of Turkey, Norway and Belgium. Over to Fatima Diame, so she lies in 6th place in this round number 5. 1 centimetre behind Hadaway's new best jumper, 6:41. And then 3 centimetres behind Marisa Lozzolo of Germany, who won this competition in the stadium in 2021. Only 661, in fact, was needed to win 2 years ago, but in 2019, Malaika Mahambo with 7 meters 11. So Diame, as I mentioned, some terrific leaps out to 681 in Castillon recently, the 14th of June, 682 at best.
And in case you're wondering about the women's high jump, of course, that's still going on. 2 groups. Group B, the bar has gone up to 176. And in Group A, the bar's gone up slightly higher into 184. We'll be catching up with that shortly, but you can also catch up and follow it online at www.european-athletics.com.
Well, Diame, excellent effort. Let's see what this measurement is. So, top 3 still: Capaccia of France, Iapicino Italy, Hondema of Netherlands. This could well climb up into the top 3. Looks like Ana Pelotero there, who we saw in the triple jump.
I think that's Daniel Arcade, the steeplechaser, who won as well.
.656. She is indeed up into the top 3, and as things stand, will get that one last effort.
As we've seen with all the Spanish and some of the Portuguese jumpers, Ivan Pedrosa, 5-time world champion, casting an eye over events as well.
Tilde Johansson, fantastic 2019 season, I should say. Won the 100 hurdles title on home soil at the European Under-20s. Also terrific long jumper. That was the year also she set the Swedish national junior record of 673. 656 this year in Greece. And they're all going to around that 640, 650 mark all of a sudden. But unfortunately, red indicator as we see Yannick Trigaro once again out there coaching.
I think you probably remember this, Alex. You and I were in Boris commentating on the European Under-20s in 2019. It was a fantastic long jump competition between Johansson and Larissa Iapicino. So they know each other going back a few years, right the way back to what used to be called the junior ranks.
Absolutely, yes. And there has been questions over whether she could blossom into a great heptathlete, of course. Brilliant in at least 2 events. So 7th at this point, 6:39, that measurement. Luzzolo of Germany has been pushed down to 5th place. There's another jump in a similar place. Well, 6:68 this year in Yokohama, Japan, for an athlete who was a previous winner of a World Under-20 medal in 2014. 6:71 at best. So Luzzolo 6:40, then 6:38, then 6:49. So she is up into 4th place. Goes back to second best jump, 6:49 and 6:43. Second best jump 3 centimetres further than Hondema, who will now try and respond in order to get that one final 6th round jump in a moment's time. So speed on the runway, good leap there, but potentially a little back from Luzzolo. So an exciting, closely packed conclusion to this long jump competition. It's a very consistent jumping also. I just wonder whether we're going to see something really big in the last couple of rounds from Capaccia and Iapicino in the top 2. So Luzzolo will get that one further jump. Really good response from her. Diame with the initial improvement up to 6:56.
So now we see the high jump, and we're up to 1m84. This is the third and final attempt for the Greek record holder, Tatiana Gusin, and she's over. Nicely done. She's 6 times national champion. Former Balkan champion as well. Hasn't been in her best form this year. Nevertheless, Gusin, good strong competitor as we go back to the long jump.
So Larissa Iapicino, 6.66 in both of the first 2 rounds. Capacha of France just 9 centimetres ahead of her. Does this get the green indicator? Look pretty close. Iapicino, his mother Fiona May, of course, was an outstanding jumper too. Unfortunately, gets the red flag.
An interesting interview with Iapicino that's available on European Athletics on their Spotify podcasts or on YouTube if you want to check it out. But there was an interesting comment. She said she didn't want to do athletics at first. She didn't want to live up to the exploits of her father, who's coaching her here. It was a great pole vaulter of Fiona May, and she was a gymnast for years. And she went and watched the Monaco Diamond League event and saw a women's 1500 metre world record. Thought, you know what, actually, maybe I do want a bit of this sport. That hasn't looked back since.
It's available on Spotify, the full interview. Hilary Capacha in this last round, really driving hard down that runway and very close to her previous best mark, which opened the competition, 6.75. These two have just been a slight cut above the rest. Capacha 6.75, Iapicino 6.66, 10 centimetres ahead of Diame. .671 for Capacha. That leaves us with the 4 jumps remaining for the athletes in those top 4 positions, starting off with Marisa Lazola. So, at the time she won 2 years ago with 6.61, it was a lifetime best. Since improving to 6.71 as mentioned. One last chance to improve. Five valid jumps so far. Looks good on the board once again, but way back in terms of distance on what she was aiming for. So a bit of frustration for Lazola right at the end, but she can be very satisfied. Bit of a way back on the board, as you could see. Even fully clear from the initial angle. Germany inside the top 3 positions as things stands. They are 10.5 points ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Make it 17 points ahead of Netherlands in 5th. Fatima Diame's Spain are just 3 points off Netherlands in 5th place. Diame is going to take at least 2 points off the Netherlands. Big height on that jump, but does it get that all-important green flag now? Diame watching on, unfortunately not. Clearly a big talent. 6.81 this year. behind Michele Asani, the European leader. 6:91 as she has a look on the computer. Sebastian at 1:87 in this high jump goes clear. So nice to get that in as we switch back to this long jump final round. Iapicino, hands on hips. So the daughter here of the two-time world champion Fiona May, making a name for herself in her own right. As we mentioned, big breakthrough performance at the European Under-20s. Taking gold 4 years ago in Sweden, taking gold away from the home favourite on that occasion, Tilde Johansson. But there has been mentioned a few times that the European Athletics Senior Championships in Rome next year, and Italy beginning to shine the spotlight on track and field ahead of that. Close on the board. I have a feeling that just may be another foul. No, should have held my breath a moment longer. Iapicino looking quite serious, looking quite determined. Clearly wants to take maximum points from her country. .683 in Athens last month for the European indoor silver medalist. .647 in the end. So you know the drill by now. The pressure is off for Hilary Capaccia. Drives hard down that runway. Looks for good foot placement and leaps well out. Is that beyond 675? And what a series that is. Applause from all nations for Capaccia here. And one of a crop of excellent young French jumpers. Bit of disappointment that final jump was a foul, but she doesn't care too much. Ultimately, a much needed victory for the French.
Indeed, there hasn't been much French success to celebrate on this occasion in the European Athletics Team Championships.
Full results.
On this occasion, maximum points for Hilary Capaccia.
That's right, yes. France from Italy, from Spain, the top three.
So now we're back in the high jump. This is Tatiana Gusin. Second attempt at 187, and the Greek is over. So in the A group, she joins Musa Sebastian of Turkey, Meral Mais of Belgium, Noelle Meneke of France as the four women who are over 187. Salome Lang just crashed out, having had 2 failures and 4 in total at 187. Is that second failure from just a little bit earlier. Bit of a surprise. Lang recently cleared her season's best in Geneva, 1:90. So we're expecting a little bit more by her. She had terrible injury problems last year after a halcyon year of 2021 when she went over Swiss record of 1:97. Starting to come back into competition, but that wasn't a good. This hasn't been a good afternoon for Salome Lang. Nevertheless, one feels that we'll see her back to her best sometime soon.
Time for some endurance action. Our last endurance action for the European Team Championships, the women's 1500 metres. I guess that depends whether you consider 400 endurance. I don't. But we've got a great field here in Division 1. Lots of Laura Hoffman, Ellie Baker, Hannah Klein, Elise van der Est of Belgium, Tina Mackie, all very fast athletes on personal bests. Fastest of all is Vissa of Italy. She could be looking for another maximum score here for the Italians. At the Well, be largely irrelevant. It will just be fun for Visser. That gap now, 42.5 points. Advantage of Italy over Poland. Does look like they're going to avoid. Poland are not going to manage their hat-trick of titles. Italy are finally going to take the team glory. Germany sitting with a buffer over Great Britain in third at the moment. At the other end of the table, Greece have had a really good day, moved themselves well away from the relegation zone. Switzerland have got 5 points advantage over Turkey. Keep an eye on the results there for the Swiss and the Turkish athletes, particularly as we look towards that mixed 4x4. That's the only track action left after this. The women's high jump just getting wrapped up and the men's javelin underway. So 4 events left where points are available. Line up again for the women's 1500 just to mark the championship record.
16 athletes lined up.
Anna Mishenko back in 2010 in Bergen, Norway, is achievable by this field, but perhaps not without a pacemaker. But the conditions are much kinder than they were
Netherlands joins us.
a while ago. There's Sintahayu Visser, 401, and Florence Diamond League. Esther Guerrero of Spain moved from 800 to 1500. Very good tactical ability. Could she match the exploits of Mohamed Katir, who won the men's 1500 metres in this championship record of 3:36. Martina Galan of Poland sets a new 800 metre personal best of 2:01 this season. She's very close to her 1500 metre time. She's on 4:05 this year. Christina Maki, national record holder for the Czech Republic, Olympic finalist. Hannah Klein was the European indoor champion over 3,000 metres, out sprinting her teammate Constanza Klosterhaufen in Istanbul for glory. Ellie Baker, semi-final of the World Championships over 800 metres, and she was 8th in Munich over 1500 metres. The athletes that's probably got the best combined personal best if you look at her 800 and 1500 metre time, sub-2 over the shorter distance event. Van der Rest won the European indoor title a few years ago. Laura Hoffman, another athlete exploring a move from 1500, from 800 to 1500. Laura Hoffman would have a fierce finish on her if the pace does go slowly here. Agathe Guillemot of France, the final athlete there on the side. Just a note on her, she's lowered her personal best by 7 seconds this year. There's a real handful of athletes around about that 4:05 mark. Guillemot of France going straight into the lead at the moment. She's been running steeplechase this year as well. So the strength she's required to do a 2,000 metre steeplechase in 6:21 is perhaps what's yielded that wonderful 4:05 personal best. Marchester and Hengler was a very fast race that day. Lots of athletes ran well. Pretty swift through the first 200 metres for these women. But as is so often the way in female endurance racing, everybody can make it to 800 okay, and then it starts to spread out a bit. And I don't think Guillemot is pushing it at the front here. They're just starting to dawdle. This has gone down to 4:15, 4:16 pace after a very fast first 150, 200 metres. So it's going to be all about tactical placing. Hannah Klein of Germany pinned right on the inside, as is Martina Galan of Poland. Visser of Italy has got herself on the outside, but she's running very, very wide. She's running extra metres. But with a 70-second opening lap, it maybe doesn't matter. It's more about keeping out of trouble and having good positioning. Esther Carrera of Spain moving around the outside. This is what happens with a slow race. You'll see athletes peel, get themselves out the pack. Christina Mackey's about to do it as well. Sprint forward and then try and tuck back in. And they're not actually trying to take the lead. They're just trying to get a better position. It can cause chaos as the French woman is pinned on the inside now. Ellie Baker reacted to the move from Esther Guerrera and got herself in the lead just in case the Spanish athlete was going to make a move.
Well, it is looking very, very good at this stage for Ellie Baker. She's just done everything right at the front. Of course, pace, very different to what you might imagine in a one-day meeting when there would have been pacemakers involved, but this is very good indeed as they come up with 2 laps to go. 2:02 unofficially at the 700 metre mark, so that's still good pace for this sort of competition. Exceptionally run at this stage. Championship record 4:05, dates from 2010. Perhaps a little bit beyond these women on that early pace, but This is really starting to become a thrilling race. Guerrero, who's got such a track record, brought Spain home to victory in the mixed relay, the European Cross Country Championships a few years ago. So she's got European gold medals to her name on the continental stage. And now the very good Dutch runner just coming around the outside. Mariska Daphne, 4:08 runner. And now the pace is starting to build up with 500 metres to go. They'll come round and hear the bell very shortly, and it's Guerrero at the front. Italy's Tamayo Vissa also challenging, and around the long way round, it's Turkish Silan Ayadiz.
Big moves into the belt. It's so important. Ellie Baker, is she going to stay on her feet? She is. There was a big tangle there between Laura Hoffman and Ellie Baker. They've gone back through the group. They were both trying to make the same move. And Gallant of Poland has managed that supremely well. She's up on the shoulder of Vissa. Esther Guerrero is very good at the final 400 metres. She can go hard. She can judge her effort correctly. She was fourth at the European Indoor Championships. Vissa looks strong. She looks poised on the outside. But don't write off Gallant of Poland. She's here in front of a home crowd. Christina Mackie as well has been getting better with every single race she's been doing. And looks like these four could be getting away. Laura Hoffman of Switzerland has done well to get herself into contention. Esther Guerrero kicking hard from the front for Spain. She's a sub-2 competitor over 800 metres, has made the move to 1500. Has Esther Guerrero got enough to hold on? This would be the best race of her season, one of the best of her career. Gallant of Poland is trying to find space on the inside. Esther Guerrero dives for the line. She does an Adam Kashot, pushes her arm over it. That is too close to call. A 60-second final lap. Guerrero's raising her eyebrows. She's not ready to celebrate. The camera focusing on her. Gallant gambled. She was looking for space on the inside. She didn't get it. 100th the margin of victory for Esther Guerrero ahead of Martina Gallant. She had the legs on her, the Polish woman, but not the space. And that was a brave, smart race from Guerrero. She put herself in position around about 600 metres out, and she went hard at the bell, and she had timed it to perfection. She had 100th left. Her legs had just enough left there to take the win.
Well, Guerrero at the end of last season was talking about retiring, but she was persuaded to come back, and she's come back very successfully. Now she's been talking about extending her career because she's 33 years of age, through to the Olympics next year. She wants one final track. As I say, she's been such a good servant of the Spanish team over the years, and she's such a gritty competitor as well. At one point she was thinking about moving up to 5,000 metres, but she's had a bit of a second youth, and she's really come through in the last couple of years and started to clock some very good times on a regular basis in the low 4 minutes.
See the tangle there between Laura Hoffman and Ellie Baker. You see it again from this angle. This is what happens when you have slow tactical races. The pair of them just trying to make the same move into the belt, and they got tangled up. And I think it would have been very interesting to see Laura Hoffman and Ellie Baker with their sub-2 pace in the final sort of 150-200 metres. Laura Hoffman did well to get herself involved, but Esther Guerrero, I think if you learn your trade at 800 metres, your ability to think fast in tactical situations is really useful when you come up to a 1500 and you're actually going a little bit slower. And Esther Guerrero can read these 1500 metre races perfectly. See Gallant going for another win, another move on the inside, trying to get the win, and she rallied well to have another go round the outside. And fair play to Martina Gallant. She did give it everything.
I think Vissa, the Italian, came home for fourth, subject to confirmation. She struggled down the home straight, but gritted her teeth. Yes, Vissa crossing the line in fourth place. So Poland only gained 2 points on Italy, and we've just got 3 events to go. Out in the field, we've got the women's high jump still to be concluded. We've got the men's javelin, and then we finish off with the 4x400 mixed relay. I have to say now, yes, it's not confirmed, but barring quite strange circumstances, you have to say now that Italy look well on their way to taking their first European Team Championships. We hesitated crowning them up until this point, but now with I think it's more than 40 points and just 3 events still to go. I think we could say that the Italians, barring some very, very strange circumstances, are well on the way to being the 2023 European Athletics Team Champions. But there's still a lot to play for behind them.
Confirmed results of the women's 1500. Carrera 100th ahead of Gallant. Good third place for Hannah Klein. That's one of her best competitions so far. The men's javelin is in round 4, so we've slimmed it down to our 8 athletes. This is Yanis Kyriazis of Greece, who was up in 3rd place a few rounds ago, but David Wegner of Poland had a brilliant 4th round effort, 81.40. Kyriaz down into 3rd. He's definitely a good series, 76.08 his mark here in the 4th round. The 8 athletes will go through rounds 4 and 5, and then we'll get our top 4. Kyriazis having a good performance here in the Greek team. Now they're okay, they're out of that relegation zone, they're up a bit high. So Julian Weber, the European outdoor champion in Munich, spent so much time last year wondering whether Julian Weber was always going to be the bridesmaid, never the bride, off the podium in so many global finals. 4th in Tokyo, 4th in Eugene, 6th in Doha back in 2019. But as so many of his teammates did in Munich, just rising to the occasion. Julian Weber was an absolutely delighted European champion in Munich. It almost was like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He had successfully got one competition over the line with the gold medal.
So now back in the high jump, Meryl Mace equalled her personal best of 192. Now she's attempting a personal best of 194. She's got 3 fouls. So under the special rules of this competition, this is an absolutely critical attempt. Now just a little bit hesitant on the run-up, but a big smile. She knows it was a really good day's work. Equalling your personal best in this sort of competition with these special rules, an outstanding performance. And the height was there. She just left her legs trailing just a little bit. I'll tell you that she is the only one left in the competition apart from France's Noelle Menneker. You can see there Menneker also over 192. And a first-time failure, Menneker. Menneker has only had 2 fouls in total in this competition. And now she can carry on. She can progress. It's confirmed she'll take the victory, having got over 192 at the first time of asking. Meis having taken 2 attempts at both 90 and 92. Very close indeed at a personal best. Menneker, Youth Olympic Games silver medalist in 2014, and the following year under 20 silver medalist on the European stage. Then disappeared for a few years, injury problems, went off to went off to US University, but has come back and been jumping really well this year.
Uteland in the 5th round in the javelin, but we're still with the high jump.
Yeah. So now Menneker just getting some input from a coach. Spent some time in Perpignan when she's not in the US. But the stage is hers now. So we're going to be switching between the men's javelin and the last attempts in the women's high jump before we get to the concluding track action of this entire week of European Athletics Team Championships. We started off with the 3rd division in the mornings, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. Graduated to the 2nd division in the evenings of those days, and now we're getting close to the finale of the 1st division in this new format.
We're into penultimate round here, and we're throwing in the descending order when we entered the 4th round, but Wegner has improved massively. He was down in 7th, he's now up in 2nd thanks to his 81.40 effort. The javelin soaring high, dips a lot there, drops just at the end. That'll be short of 80 metres. But Wegner, you can see that improvement, really significant in his overall standing.
Last attempt of Noel Menneke. It's a failure, as it so often is in a high jump competition, but she secured 12 points for France, who had a much better final day after some difficulties over the first 2 days. France rising up a little bit in the table overnight. I think they were down in about 10th place. Hadn't got a win, but they've got a bunch of wins today from the likes of Menneke, Hilary Capacha, one or two others. Good performance there from Menneke, getting very close to her personal best. Jump 192, just 1 centimetre shy of that personal best from earlier in the year.
Samuelson, 6th place in the men's javelin. If he can't improve up to 78.33. Ooh, that's a very handy throw from Samuelson here. Mark of Timothée Hermann, 78.33 is the cut-off for the top 4 and an opportunity at the 6th round. Daniel Stoll, the discus champion, looking on. Mark of Samuelson, actually, who was a decathlete, purely focusing on javelin for the last few years. 78.68, that is enough to put Samuelson in the final 4. Hermann's got a chance to come back it in. So, still have Leandro Ramos to go in this round as well.
There's the team standings after 34 events. We're 1 event behind. We're just waiting for the women's high jump standings to be incorporated. So that was after the women's long jump. 407 points for Italy. Poland 40.5 points further back. So not quite mathematically secure, but to all intents and purposes, the championship is going to go to Rome, and Italy are going to start next year's European Athletics Championships in the Italian capital as the best nation in Europe. And I'm sure that's going to be just great for their promotion.
Leandro Ramos, final throw, perhaps for the Portuguese, and that's what we want to see. The cartwheel from Ramos, he pulls that out so often. He also throws pretty well as well. That could be his best mark at the competition. That 4th place with Samuelson, 78.68 at the moment. As Leandro Ramos got himself into the final 4 to have one more effort. It almost looks like he's clowning around, I think, when people see that cartwheel. But that is his way to slow down. We see all sorts of things going on, and it's very much accepted that just slamming the brakes on with your lower legs puts tremendous force through your knees and your ankles. 69.78. That puts Ramos up in 3rd place. That's a brilliant throw. So, Timothée Hermann was in 4th place, just a few throws away. Throws before, and now he's got one last opportunity for glory. He's roaring it on, trying to get over 80 metres. That's so close. That is so close. Kyriazis is right on the bubble. Timothée Hermann would love to have 4 throws here. It's been a brilliant season for Hermann, a 9-metre personal best in Nairobi, and he's not been over 80 metres since. He's been consistent. He's in 6th at the moment. Will the Flemish athlete get one last effort? 79.69. That puts him 1 centimetre ahead of Leandro Ramos. These two in this 5th round have pushed themselves up into the top 4. Kyriazis has got one last chance here. He needs to find 60, 70 centimetres or so, and you can tell perhaps from his body language there it's not happened. It's not even over 70 metres for Kyriazis. What a shame. It's such a strong start to the competition. It was up there for so long in the top 4, going to get a full 6 rounds, but Timothée Hermann and Leandro Ramos, and even David Wegner in round 4, just spoiling the Greek party here. One athlete left to go in round 5, Julian Weber, the event lead. So we do have our top 4, Julian Weber, David Wegner, Timothée Hermann and Leandro Ramos. Julian Weber. 89.54 last year in Hengelo and 88.37 this season. Getting really, really consistent above 85 metres in so many of his competitions. The championship record here held by Johannes Vetter. Probably unachievable perhaps by these men today. And that's good to see a green flag. Julian Weber after a couple of fouls here, that championship record 96.29 obscene from Johannes Vetter. Julian Weber has always been in the top three of the German throwers, and recent injury worries for Johannes Vetter and Thomas Roller. Julian Weber finds himself at the top of the German rankings, and you might expect that often yields a very high spot in the European rankings as well. Jakob Vadlec is the European lead with 89.51. Not here. Julian Weber in the driving seat at the moment.
Well, that's after the women's high jump, and Italy, well, they've just had their lead reduced very slightly. But Poland still 37 points in arrears. Germany comfortably in third place at the moment. We've just got 3 events to go. I should say 2 events. Of course, the men's javelin, and what's about to come up on the track, the men's 4 behind 400 metres mixed relay. Congratulations also, though, starting to happen in the Italian team. They're getting their little sticky back plastic bibs on there. There's Nicola Visioni, throws coach for Italy, Olympic silver medalist back in 2000 with the hammer, and the inspirational men behind some of the success of the Italian throwers here. But we're carrying on, and we will have the last round of the javelin before we get the 4x4 mixed relay underway.
Leandro Ramos loves this. It's going to be over 80 metres for the Portuguese athlete. It's brilliant. That technique is something else. And have the poise and the concentration to sprint down the runway, launch a javelin and do a backflip, half cartwheel, half backflip, and just a nod to the fact we have got a lot of sports going on in Poland this week, and Ramos, maybe he could go and help the Portuguese gymnastics team. Their exploits this week. He's not got time, he's too busy getting involved in a very high quality men's javelin. Let's see what that's measured at. David Wegner is in second place, 81 metres 40 centimetres at the moment. 81.62 for Ramos. He is up into second place. Timotei Erman, furthest throw of the competition just now in the 5th round. Is he finding his groove as he hurls himself on the ground? He's roaring it on as well. That's another throw in excess of 80 metres. Wow, we are going to have at least 3 men over 80 metres. Timotei Erman, I mentioned that massive personal best in Nairobi. I wonder if it's been a bit of a kind of weight around his neck. Like I said, he's not been performing badly the rest of the season. He's been over his previous personal best. But when you suddenly got 87.35 listed to your name, there's a lot of pressure that can come with that. 81.67. It's 5 centimetres further than Ramos. Timotei Erman up into second place, where David Wegner has been for a couple of rounds. He's been perhaps dreaming of second place and all those points. At the moment in 4th place, still been a brilliant competition for him. He's roaring the javelin down. Could we see it go over 80 metres again? Nope. Wegner not able to find that little bit extra here in the 6th round. 6 valid throws. And the Polish athlete technically very disciplined. Look at these kids, they are absolutely loving watching Polish superstars have their moment. Wegner, 77.47. He stays in 4th place, which means we have just 1 athlete left. He's already the champion here at the European Team Championships. Julian Weber of Germany. The crowd are getting behind him. Some rhythmic clapping. You can see Lionel Spitz of Switzerland patiently waiting he gets ready to do the mixed 4x4, but they are letting this javelin conclude, and Julian Weber didn't have any oomph left. We've seen some great throws from him, but that certainly isn't one of them. He ran through the line. He has taken the win, 86-26 in the first round.
So the team standing on the score ahead of our mixed 4x4 relays.
So Weber gets his tracksuit top on. Congratulations between the rest of the leading javelin throwers who are still out there. And now we get ready for the last two races of the European Athletics Team Championships, races A and B in the mixed 4x400 metres relay. We can confirm though, well, Poland managed to take 10 points out of the lead of Italy, but subject to confirmation, the Italians are the European Athletics Team Champions.
Confirmed result of the javelin. Julian Weber taking the win, 86-26. Timotej Erman of Belgium in second. Leandro Ramos with a season's best for Portugal takes third.
And there it is confirmed. Italy 414.5 points. Poland 37 points further back. Germany though could still mathematically overtake Poland. So silver and bronze in this competition still to be decided. Spain can't get on the podium now though. And there at the bottom end of the table, Turkey, Belgium and Norway. Well, theoretically both Belgium and Turkey can claw their way out of relegation, but it does look a little bit difficult for those teams to be able to get out of the relegation zone. It does look as though Belgium, Turkey and Norway are on their way to playing their part of Division 2 in 2 years' time. But there's the start list of the B race in the men's mixed 4x400 metres. So it's Grimbold, Jaeger, championship record holder with 44.88. Havert, Endal, Ingvaldsson will have lane 3 for the Norwegians and Eriksson on the last leg. For the Turks, it's Kanaki, Tulem, Kaya and Bollet.
In lane number 7, we welcome the team from Switzerland.
Lionel Spitz. He'll hand over to Julia Sen, Petrucciani and Niederberger to complete the Swiss quartet.
In lane number 6, the Czech Republic.
The Republic have Matej Krysek on the lead-off leg, and it'll be Pekka Zilakova, Muller and Vondrova completing the Czech team. Belgium, it's Sakor, Kamil Laus, Dylan Borley, Cynthia Balongo on the anchor leg.
In lane number 4,
Finland, Kasalainen, Lehikonen, Villamarki and Barths. Greece in lane 3.
From Greece,
Dukateles, Panafeki, Akropoulos and Vassiliou.
and completing Heat B in lane 2, Sweden.
The Swedes. Kadistal leading the way, Kasper Kadistal
Johansson
with Lisa Lille, Emil Johansson.
Mixed 4x400 metre
Ran it on the last leg. Well, that championship record was set by Slovenia when they won the Division 2 title. That's a good mark, 3:14.72 by the Slovenians. Let's see if any of these teams can run faster. That mark by Slovenia, even though this event hasn't been contested for many years, puts them in the top 10 of the all-time European performers in 10th place. So from the inside, Sweden, Greece, Finland, Belgium, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Turkey and Norway.
Set.
Well, just a reminder, the stagger won't unwind until the second leg runners have gone past the checkpoint after the first bend. At this stage, it's Turkey running well. Ilyas Kanaki making up a lot of ground on Andreas Grimmerud on his outside, also running well. Czech Republic, Matej Krysek, who we saw had a good run in the individual 400 metres. Coming through very strongly over the last 100 metres, it's Lionel Spitz. Spitz, very good 400 metre runner. So it's the Swiss that hand over first. Lionel Spitz to Julia Sen. Also running well on the inside, the Czech Republic, and they've in fact got themselves up in front, the Czech Republic. Thanks to good first half a leg from Teresa Petrizilakova. And it's Czech Republic and Switzerland out in front. Halfway through the second leg, Petrizilakova controlling proceedings. Sen though on her shoulder, and then a little way back to Henriette Jaeger of Norway. Camille Laus though closing down the Norwegian in front of her. Camille Laus having a good leg, the 2:01 800 metre runner. But it's Czech Republic in front. Elvit Muller. Elvit Muller, the very good 400 metre hurdler, taking over. Ricky Petrucciani, we've seen a lot of at European events in the last few years. It's coming through very strongly, Ricky Petrucciani. Switzerland have a very good men's 4x400 metre team with Spitz as well. So it's Muller, followed by Petrucciani. Belgium still holding third place with the very experienced Dylan Borlée, who's won many medals in Belgian 4x400 metre relay teams. Muller grimacing, but he does hand over in front to Lada Vondrova. Oh, and there's tumbling there, all sorts of chaos between the Finns and the Swedes. We'll unravel that later. That doesn't affect what's happening at the front though. Cynthia Belongo has really got up and he's now motoring past her rivals. Belongo has just sped past Vondrova, the Norwegian Eriksson, and tagged on the back there. It's the Swiss runner Julia Niederberger, and Belongo just came out of that changeover and just went straight past the three women in front of her. But Lara Vondrova has got something in the tank still. Can Cynthia Belongo? Well, Belongo looks as though she's tying up. Belongo just had her first race over one lap of the track this year in the individual 400 metres, but Lara Vondrova comes through. 3:12.35 unofficially, and a championship record. And that also puts the Czech Republic up to 5th on the European all-time list. Big celebrations for Czech Republic. See whether any of the teams in the A race can go faster than that. Belgium also move up into the all-time list with that 3:12.97 behind Czech Republic.
Well, I looked at this before the start of the race and I thought that probably down to Belgium maybe, just because they maximised who they could have put out, but Belongo did come through. It was ultimately the strength of Vondrova, who's an excellent 400 metre runner, 400 hurdler. She did the 200 here and now comes into the mixed relay team and very, very strong there. But it was Dylan Borlée and Camille Laus, of course, the individual 800 runner, who'd really helped Belgium get all the way up from 4th, 5th place to contending on that final leg. As we have another look at some of the highlights, Finland appeared to drop the baton the third time that they've struggled in the relays. It was actually on their second changeover as Laus came through so strongly, leaving it very late, just as she did individually. So Czech Republic leading more comfortably than I think we predicted at this point. You also had Norway at one point featuring with the individual championship record holder Havard Bengdal Inge Voltsen there. He is closing on Belgium. And then you had this three-way battle at the front. And there is the baton going over for this final leg, in which Vondrova, the Czech Republic, and Belongo were particularly strong.
And this is the chaos with Sweden and Finnish runners falling to the track. Greece also, we didn't see what happened to the Greeks, but they were well out of it from the very early stages. Lada Vondrova gritting her teeth, the epitome of determination. She's not going to let this go. Czech Republic safe in the top flight of the European Athletics Championship. Her pride at stake here, and she flies back past Cynthia Belongo, who did such a lot of hard work over the first 300 metres. And Julia Niederberger bringing home Switzerland in 3rd place in the national record, and subject to confirmation, and they will be looking at the video, that means Switzerland stave off relegation.
Yes, there are some teams that in order to move up, they're kind of hoping for some sort of disqualification or trip, and when you're hoping for that, as we come into the course, this last event that's going to be settled, then you'll know you're asking for quite a lot. But we did see it obviously more likely in the 4x1. Quite a few teams failing to finish, sometimes up to 4 in fact, across DNFs and disqualifications too, sometimes coming through quite a few minutes after the race has completed. So we'll keep an eye on that as well, as you can see all results on the European Athletics website.
There indeed are the results. Czech Republic 3:12.34, national record and a championship record for the Czechs, followed home by Belgium and Switzerland.
There is Krakusek, one of our 2 mascots here. Not sure where Sandra the Salamander has got off to. Perhaps Anita Volodarczyk has taken that costume to surprise some of her competitors. Right, so this is the A race list, but I think this is one of the events where A and B might not matter quite as much. Bear in mind that time, 3:12.34 for the Czech Republic. Well, since of the mixed relay in recent years, of course, World Championships and Olympic Games, really there have been 4 standout nations, 2 of them from Europe, and Poland, Netherlands, USA and the Dominican Republic are those I count. Italy, though, they did win the mixed 4x4 at the World Relays 2 years ago in this stadium. The Netherlands, the World Mixed Relay silver medalist, but this is an experimental team. You can see no Femke Bol, no Lieke Klaver, no Leah Martin Bonavacia. So suddenly maybe we have to think a bit differently. Karolina Krafzik on the last leg for Germany, who won the individual 400-metre hurdles. Poland, of course, the Olympic champions. But Natalia Kazmarek and Anna Kilbaszynska, really the 2 senior runners that are most known in that quartet. Great Britain winning the European senior title in Munich. Alex Haydock-Wilson, perhaps their strongest runner, leads them out. And then the emerging talents of Brodie Young and Karis McCauley included. This is a decent Spanish quartet that include the European indoor 400 champion Oscar Husillos. And then France with Amandine Brossier, the World University Games medalist, on the last leg. But as we've been saying, it's not been the strongest tournament for the French. Portugal are one of the teams, though, that put out the strongest quartet, but they probably could have done so. Coelho, Azevedo, Dos Santos and Diallo with a massive lifetime best individually. So really fascinating when you consider that we know how strong Poland and the Netherlands have been in recent years, alongside the Dominican Republic and the USA in those global events. Of course, the latter 2 both having world titles to their name. But you have to add a few other nations to the potentials for who could take maximum points, just because of how things have been changed in terms of the selections. So Italy, for example, have won the men's 4x4, the last 2 editions of these championships, and Alessandro Sabilio and Eduardo Scotti return from 2 years ago. A mixed event, a different beast, so to speak. Poland have won the women's 4x4 at the last 3 editions, but only Natalia Kazmarek returns from 2021. There's no Justina Svetiasetic, no Malgorzata Holub-Kowalik. So keep your eyes peeled. Portugal, France, Spain, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Poland, Germany, the Netherlands and Italy in this final event of the European Athletics Team Championships, and one of the loudest roars of the competition to get these athletes going. So who should be strong on this first leg? Well, potentially the European medalist Alex Haydock-Wilson for Britain, but looks like Isaiah Boas going well for the Netherlands, of course, as the stagger continues until that second leg. Spain with Inaki Kanyal, another individual performer. So who will have the lead once they begin to hug the inside with our second set of runners? Eduardo Scotti, though, really saving something for the end of this 400. He'll hand over to Ayomide Folarunso. You can see the experienced Anna Kilbashinska, who was in the 200 earlier today for Poland, who are a little way back at this point. But you can always count on Natalia Kazmarek in the relay or over the individual one lap. Of course, she had a brilliant battle with Femke Bol in the women's 400, and Bol, new championship record 49.86, but she not part of this relay. Some exciting young names instead, and Netherlands have one of those, Zoe Sebny, on this leg as they all begin to close together. This is so excitingly poised, and Katia Azevedo of Portugal hits the front with Folarunso of Italy alongside her. Well, this is going to be some race. So Sibilio, who won the 400 hurdles, now out front for Italy with Ricardo dos Santos of Portugal with a baton in second place. Then it's Theo Andon. Brody Young of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, a big improver based on time this year, but less experienced in the relay. He did win the European Under-20 title 2 years ago. As we see the Netherlands just beginning to drop off a little with Terence Agard. In fact, I'll say drop off rather a lot. So the crowd now waiting with big anticipation. One leg to go. Andante, who was some way back in 4th, 5th place, saved something to the last, but fumbled with the baton a bit to Brossier. So that allows Anna Pollinari of Italy a clean run through. Agard looks to be hurting there. Hope he's okay. So Italy, France, Great Britain, Portugal have dropped back, and then the Polish. Round this final bend. Pollinari still for Italy, Brossier, and then Macaulay for Great Britain, but they've all got to watch for Natalia Kazmarek. Inside the Stadion Slaski, in front of a home crowd, Kazmarek surely round the outside, all the way into lane 3. Perhaps it was inevitable as Poland take victory in the final event in 3:12.17. But it's half a second slower than the Czech Republic. 3:12.3 for them. Absolutely extraordinary.
Well, what do you make of that? Poland, of course, the class act as far as mixed 4x400 metre relay running is being concerned since this event came onto the championship programme. But they've been beaten out by the Czech Republic in the overall standings. France there, superb run from the quartet, the French quartet of Biron, Felter, Andon and Brossier to take a national record and themselves to move up into the top 10 all-time list of the European nations. Italy, well, it's the cherry on the cake for the Italians, finishing third in that race. And although all the cheers were for the Poles coming home and finishing with a victory, Poland getting their 5th victory of these 3 days of competition. It's that team, the Italians, wearing the Azzurri, who are going to be crowned very shortly the champions of Europe, Europe's top nation. Well, what a thrilling race from start to finish.
I was going to say, these mixed 4x4s just do not disappoint. Remember Division 2 with Slovenia and Lithuania battling it out, and that coming down to half a point for the promotion battle into Division 1. Right, race in the top echelons of this sport. So, Ayomide Folarunso of Italy in the second leg, she had an absolutely brilliant run. So Katia Azevedo of Portugal did as well, as did Ricardo dos Santos here in the third leg. time we got to the fourth leg, it was a strong run for Alla Pollinari, but you could feel that the pressure was just building. This is the look back at the third leg. Alessandro Cibolo, the 400-metre hurdler, having a very good leg for Italy. But there we go, that is the concluding stages here of the mixed 4x4, and the stadium came to life. The noise was roaring. Natalia Kaczmarek down the track. She set her 400-metre personal best here last year. She was good in the individual. Perhaps getting on terms with Femke Bol was beyond many people this weekend in the individual event. But Natalia Kaczmarek was cool and calm under pressure for the Polish squad. They are Olympic champions, and they've shown their class here in winning this A race. Yes, they were half a second slower than the Czech Republic, but there was severe traffic going on. But then you've got to say, you've left yourself in that traffic. You've got to have to navigate it. As the Czech Republic, it was a bit more spread out for them.
Yeah, look, I mean, ultimately, it was a grandstand finish. The Olympic champions, Poland, they didn't have a full-strength quartet, but it still made it absolutely brilliant coming to the line. The Czech Republic, another of those who probably picked the best 4 athletes that they could have done. Ladra Vondrova, excellent. Belgium, we just thought they would be strong teams in the first heat, but we didn't expect that they would have a faster time overall. As it is, Poland looked to be second. They still pick up 15 points, and ultimately they couldn't catch Italy. That's been the case for quite some time, but still a thrilling way to end as we have a look at these standings after all 37 events. So quite close behind Italy of Poland. You can see Britain have moved past the Netherlands, and there was only 3.5 points between the two before these relays. Sweden looked to have moved up as well. Czech Republic have taken themselves out of danger also by virtue of those maximum points, because they were much closer to the bottom 3 certainly at the start of the day. And yeah, what a thrilling conclusion. A shame for Belgium, but we know they have some issues. They had a couple of injuries, including to Hannah Kleiss and Anne Zagre, although she was the latter was replaced by the heroic shot putter Bumquo.
Yes, Turkey and Norway also descend to Division 2 in 2 years' time. At the moment, we're waiting to confirm the venue for Divisions 2 and 3, but it's been a very, very popular format, and I think the general consensus is that we'd very much like to see all 3 divisions contested across the week like it has been here. There's certainly been a lot of interplay between the teams in the Divisions 2 and 3 and the top divisions, of course many of them sharing the same hotels as well. Some of the members of Division 2 have either gone home or gone on to some of the other meetings. We've had buses going from here to Ostrava, that World Athletics Continental Tour meeting in the Czech Republic, which is about 2 hours drive from here. So they've been on their way. But now we focus our attention on the 3 top teams in Europe. To get underway, European athletics officials corralling the teams from Germany, Poland and Italy. I can see that the Germans are all standing beside the track just beyond the finish line. I'm sure they're going to be making their way through that guard of honour very shortly. The French, well, many of the French are sticking around. A few have decided just to miss the traffic and get home a little bit early. Numbers exchanged. I'm sure there's great camaraderie between the teams.
Yeah, there is Gianmarco Tamberi. Well, I think we can celebrate the fact that 14 out of 16 nations won an event in the first division. Going back to the second division, every single team got at least a top 2 finish, and in the third division 12 out of 15 nations won an event, including Azerbaijan, Armenia, Albania, Montenegro and North Macedonia.
North Macedonia. Who was that? Andres Tchaikovsky in the long jump. There we go. 7.74, if I remember rightly. More. Well, there we go. There's the Germans. Third on this occasion. Many-time European champions, both in the old European Cup, both East and West Germany, and since 1990, combined Germany. The local Slask ensemble serenading the Germans. Germany serenading their fans and their opponents as well. Germany on this occasion having to settle for third place. Nevertheless, a good performance from the Germans. 4 individual winners. Pick one German performance that's really stood out for you, Alex?
I suppose Julian Weber in the javelin, because he was nearly 5 metres ahead of the rest. Men's 4x1 was also very, very strong.
See Caroline Kravitz. That was really nice for me. We touched on how disappointed she was at the European Championships, which she didn't feel like she delivered in front of the home crowd, but she took a very good win in the women's 4 hurdles here.
There we go, that's the first song of the evening, and the big German team packing third place on the podium. Now it's the Poles, the home team being led out by team captain Peter Lissak. Well, Lissak, very popular figure amongst the teams, didn't have the best of competitions, but he was urging on all of his compatriots right the way through to the end. Leading the way, there's the silver medals being hung around the neck. So they've got a big box of those medals. I don't actually know how many medals they've got to hand out, but I think there must be at least 60. There's a few coaches, team managers get them as well.
Polish highlights?
I'm going to go for Pia Straszowska. That injury indoors was so disappointing. We really wanted to see her in Istanbul. And she rose to the occasion here. It was a very tight race. This was only her second competition back from injury. And coming off a false start in her previous one to take the win, I think that showed some real class.
Bizarrely, you might think this is a bit strange, but I go for Natalia Kazmarek. What a wonderful race she put up against Femke Bol. I don't think Femke Bol's going to get many challenges, even from the very best Americans during the course of this year. She only got 15 points, but for me, that was such a gutsy run.
Wojciech Nowicki won the hammer by 3 metres.
Yeah, that was a bit more straightforward for Wojciech, wasn't it? You know, you almost felt as though you could have done that half asleep. And now Italy, led out by Gianmarco Tamberi, who took 16 points in the high jump. Produced what they call, in that peculiar English game cricket, a captain's innings. So great performance from all of the Italians. 7 individual victories as well. There also Italian Federation President and European Athletics Council member Stefano May, former European Championship medalist himself back in the 80s. And it all counted. There you can see Erika Filani and Botta, the javelin thrower. Well, not highly placed, but they kept the Italian point score rolling. And in the end, they came out 24 points clear of Poland with a grand total of 426.5 points. There's Bocci, the triple jumper, another of those individual winners. He got things going. And Italy, well, they were in front from the 5th event when Nadia Battocletti won the women's 5,000 metres, and they never relinquished that lead, gradually extending it Sometimes Poland managed to reduce it by a few points, but in the end Italy do run out 24-point winners.
I'd say my Italian highlight was Sarah Fantini in the very first event in the women's hammer. She beat a high-quality field, and it kind of set the tone for me for the Italian team. She was able to deliver under pressure, beating European leader Silja Koskinen, Finland.
I'd go for that man that we've seen a lot of, Gianmarco Tamberi. First competition of the year. Hasn't jumped for 9 months. You've got to say he really rose to the occasion, literally and metaphorically.
Alessandro Sibilio perhaps in the 400 hurdles. He was then a key part of the relay team. Of course, no Karsten Warholm, so it was a little bit more wide open, but he took advantage.
Yeah, Sibilio winning with a championship record as we look there at a very proud Stefano May. Of course, Italy, as I said earlier, this is a wonderful prelude to what the Italian capital is going to deliver in approximately 12 months' time, next June, when we go to Rome for the European Athletics Championships. And we've been to Rome in the past, but not for 50 years. It returns to Rome after previously being there in 1974. And many of the great Italian historic sites are going to be part and parcel of those championships. Volunteers, you can see with that overhead shot, having provided the Guard of Honour, having delivered the medals, are now streaming around, having been accorded their moment in the sun. It's the athletes who've been in action over the course of the last 3 days. Of course, the volunteers, such an integral part of these European Athletics Team Championships, and all of us at European Athletics do say a big thank you to the volunteers and the officials for making this happen. And it's been such a welcoming crowd here in Orzo. 2 years' time, we'll be in Madrid. I think Madrid will do us proud as well. There's Nadia Battocletti with the big glasses. Doesn't need those to find a way around the track though.
Celebrate the best teams of the European Team Championships, but we will also recognise their achievements within the European
up in the front row as well. I'm quite sure I didn't see her brother Matteo in there. He got second in the long jump. That was a really good choice of yours, actually, Sibilio. Championship record and a cracking leg on that mixed 4x400 metre relay to bring it home. I think Sibilio, I think he might have an outside chance of getting a medal at the World Championships. And here we come out with the trophies. And on your right hand side of your screen, European Athletics President Dobromir Karamarinov. On the left hand side, the Marshal of the Silesia region, Jakub Cheltovsky. Silesia region, of course, instrumental in making these European Team Championships happen just as they did in 2021. Of course, these European Team Championships part and parcel of the third edition of the European Games as well, which are happening across the region. Three sets of medals, but just one trophy.
And European Games bronze medal goes to
Trzecie miejsce i brązowy medal drużynowych mistrzostw Europy oraz igrzysk europejskich zdobyła reprezentacja
Here the stadium announcers announcing it's the turn of Germany to get on the platform. Bronze medalists. All the athletes have got their individual bronze medals. Mr. Karamarinov and Mr. Cheltovsky provide the German team with the third place plaque. Who's going to get in? Looks like Tobias Poiter. I think just because the high jumper stands out in a crowd. He's tall, head and shoulders above everybody else. relay runners still haven't had time to get the tracksuit tops on. Those boys are looking mildly embarrassed there by having been given the flowers, I think. I don't think he was expecting that.
Maybe he should just throw them behind him, and whoever catches them is going to win European gold next year.
Could be the case, yes. Although, unfortunately, the other 13 teams not lined up behind them. It's just those 3 teams out there on the podium.
Do you think there's any coincidence in the fact we've got a team in third who's just hosted effectively a European Championships, a team that's gearing up for hosting one next year in Rome, and our hosts here who obviously would have wanted to perform well on home soil?
I think those sort of aspects do galvanise the team, and it's not just about the individuals that turn up for the team, it's the priority they put on this competition, you know, in terms of tapering their training towards it. Many of these athletes are looking towards Budapest and the World Championships, but if they care enough about this competition, if they've just had that lovely memory of the home championships, they're looking forward to a home one, or they're the host nation, I think it just allows athletes to say, you know what, talk to their coach and say, yeah, I want to make this a priority. Help me tinker my training to make sure I'm at my absolute best for this weekend.
Silver medal goes to...
Well, the bronze medals have all been awarded. The plaques has been given. Now it's the turn of the hosts, Poland. A magnificent host they were. They couldn't make it a hat-trick. They couldn't make it 3 in the row after 2019 in Bydgoszcz and 2021 2 years ago here in Horzo. But they did put up a magnificent fight all the way to the end. And I'm sure once again they're going to be battling for the title of Europe's Premier Nation when we get to Spain, when we get to Madrid in 2 years' time. There's Peter Lisek, the pole vaulter. Alongside him, Anna Kiełbasińska, the women's team captain. Kiełbasińska doing well in the 200 metres. Just gearing up really for more 400 metre outings. Also put in a stint on that 4x400 metre mixed relay. To go around. Obviously a few discussions. Unfortunately my Polish is not very good, so I can't lip read, I can't translate for you. Might have had a fighting chance with a couple of other languages. Yeah, Hannah and Alex are shaking their heads as well. Never mind. I think you can tell by the body language that despite being unable to retain their title, they are still very, very pleased with their performance, and so they should be. Poland getting 4 victories over the course of the last 3 days. But now we reach a crescendo. The Italians getting into the mood.
Italy!
And the Italians leap up onto the winner's dais. Tricolore being waved high in the stands. There's been a few fans that have followed them across Europe to follow the success of the team. And as I say, this is a historic moment. The old European Cup, the forerunner of the European Athletics Team Championships, was founded by an Italian, Bruno Zauli. Until this day, the Italians have never won either the old men's or women's European Cup or the European Athletics Team Championships, but that has been consigned to history as Gianmarco Tamberi holds aloft the winner's trophy for the 2023 European Athletics Team Championships.
Yeah, they had 23 out of 37 top 5 finishes. They were only in the bottom 5, so 12th back to 16th in 5 out of 37 events, and that's a terrifically consistent performance across track and field, running, throwing and jumping.
where's Zane Weir? Zane Weir, I know there were 7 individual winners, but Zane Weir's shot put was also a big contributor. I mean, he won by a big margin. Really showed that he's returned to form after injury. We're a wonderful promoter for next year's European Athletics Team Championships. And if you want to relive a lot of the highlights from not just the Division 1 European Athletics Team Championships, which we've had over the last 3 days, but all the divisions 2 and 3 as well, go to the European Athletics YouTube channel. We've got so much content there. As always, a rousing accompaniment to the Italian national anthem. You've heard it many times after football matches. Many other sports occasions have heard the Italian national anthem blast out around the stadium. But this has been the very first time it's been heard at the European Athletics Team Championships. An air of anticipation. We're waiting for something. What's it going to be?
Congratulations to the top 3 teams. Italy have shown us they are in form. All roads lead to Rome next year, the European Championships in the Olympic Stadium, Rome 2024.
There's still something that's supposed to happen, I think. Everybody's still out there. We're getting a bit of music from the local Slaski Ensemble.
Well, you couldn't ask for a better ringleader than Gianmarco Tamberi at the front of this Italian crew. There we are. There are the pyrotechnics. Exactly what we wanted to see. The tricolore of green, white and red. And then the fireworks behind these athletes. Selfies everywhere, probably a couple of Instagram lives as well, as the athletes are now hidden behind the confetti, but they won't care one bit.
There we go, the green, red and white confetti, ticker tape. It's all been loaded into the barrels and shot out high across the night sky as darkness starts very slowly to fall over Horzo. Well, there you can see good-natured involvement as well. The Germans are in there having a good time, the Poles as well, but the moment belongs to Italy. There we go. You can see it's going to be hard to actually get out of this stadium without a bit of ticker tape on your clothing, in your shoes. It's everywhere, absolutely everywhere. It's spraying into the stands. Well, as we wind down now, the victory ceremony coming to an end with Italy crowned the 2023 European Athletics Team Champions. It's time for the European Athletics live stream team themselves to say goodnight.
Thanks, Phil. It's been a wonderful 6 days of action. I've really enjoyed seeing all three divisions spread in one venue, and this has been a wonderful climax.
Been some great moments right across from Division 3 and the championship records like Luisa Gega from Albania that we saw there. But of course, you'll see some of these great athletes at the European Under-23s and Under-20s. Both of them will have live coverage, so please do join us across the next couple of months.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We've got lots of European athletics live streams coming up from all sorts of different events. You've heard from Hannah England, you've heard from Alex Sefdell, and you've been hearing from me, Phil Minshall. It's time to say goodnight, and we'll see you all very, very soon.
The European Athletics Team Championships has wrapped up with a fabulous final day of competition. I'm Hannah England, with an AI-generated review of the action from Silesia in Poland, with special thanks to the guys writing the live blog on the European Athletics website. First up on the track was the women's 200 metres. In the second heat, there was a strong run from Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Bianca Williams. But Lieke Klever's 400 metres strength kicked in after 150 metres, and she took 16 points for the Dutch team with a personal best. But Klever was disappointed to miss out on the championship record.
Lieke, how pleased are you with your performance on the track today?
So, because one, it's a PB and that's good. But second, I saw that championship record was 22:45. So that makes me a bit like...
Why this change from the 400 to the 200? And obviously you have high aspirations for this distance because in your mind you had that championship record in your mind.
Yeah, I knew my speed is better than ever, but it's just a little sidestep, this 200, but it's not a big change because every season I do a 200, so it's in function of the 400, and today it's the same. But in 2 weeks, 1.5 week, I will be back in the 400.
If you were to stick to the 200 and based on this performance and your recent PBs, what do you think you still need to improve?
Definitely my speed more, my speed in relaxation, but also my confidence. Like, it's so like new. No, it's different than the 400. So because the 200 is new, like kind of different than my 400. I'm sometimes a bit like in doubt. Yeah, that's a good word.
In the men's 200 metres, Ryan Zazy, who won the 4x100 metres relay B heat with France yesterday, went even better today and delivered maximum points for France in the men's 200.
Talk us through this performance today, this race.
My race is good. I think the other competitor is very, very fast. I say nobody in front of me. I do run fast. I do lose the other people, and the time is perfect for me.
Nikola Ogrodnikova claimed maximum points for Czechia in the women's javelin. Ogrodnikova took advantage of slightly below par performances from European champion Elina Tsenko, who was only fifth and world leader Sigrid Borge, who finished ninth. Born in Ostrava, Ogrodnikova used to compete in the heptathlon and even has a 100 metres hurdles best of 13.75.
It's been quite hard for me because last few free competition I'm struggling with new run-ups, so I was struggle also before the competition and I didn't know how I will go, but I tried the best for the team, and actually the second one was my best one, so I just take a chance to throw far and I win.
You were up against the reigning European champion, but you came on top. Does that feel special for you that you were the winner today?
Actually, yes, because sometimes if you struggle with another meetings, sometimes your head it's also not sure if you're going well during the season, but you have to believe to yourself. And this competition really helps me to believe that the new run-up will be fine, actually. But it just needs some time.
You're listening to a review of the action on the final day at the European Team Championships in Poland. Head over to allathletics.tv to watch highlights from all three divisions here. In the high jump, Olympic champion Gianmarco Tamberi claimed maximum points for Italy on his season debut.
2 years ago, you were a late withdrawal to the team and now sort of a late addition. How did you face this competition today, and in particular this overall, the last 3 days, as a team captain?
Yeah, what I told to my team in the first day was this is not an individual competition, this is a team competition, a team European Cup. So what we have to achieve is to take the cup in Italy, take the cup, to win the cup. So everybody must go to the stands, everybody must support the other. Even if the competition doesn't go as we wish, we have to support the other, because our goal it must be to win. Then, of course, when it will come to the World Championship this year in Budapest, everybody will take his personal revenge or personal goal. But here we must be together, and it looks to work out very well.
Do you feel that you, being Gianmarco Tamberi, very outgoing, also an Olympic champion, you were able to pass on that message to the team and everyone just followed your vibe?
I would say 100% yes. Not because it's me, but because somehow they look at my story and they understood that everything is possible. And the same way I did with the other athletes. This is sport. We take inspiration from the others, and of course I'm very happy that I'm giving them some power, some strength to go versus their obstacles. So this team is amazing. I never seen an Italian team that strong, so I'm really proud to be a captain of the strongest team ever.
And there was another win for that Italian team in the men's shot put. European indoor champion Zane Weir's second round effort claimed yet another 16 points for the Azzurri.
Yeah, I think today, I've been struggling a little bit since the opening of the outdoor season. So in my personal life, also just trying to control my own expectations of myself. And I think there was no expectation. I just wanted to come in here, find a bit of rhythm. Technically, I'm in great physical shape. It's just a matter of technical ability. And so I'm still working on that. But the season is long. Budapest is still just under 2 months away, so that's my main focus, and I'm looking forward to that challenge. I think another 2 months of training and we can see something special.
Back on the track, in the women's 3,000 metres steeplechase, Poland's Alicja Konicek made a decisive move on the last lap to open up a gap and retain her title from 2021 and claim another victory for the home team.
Oh my God, this was a magical place today. On the last lap, when I just started hearing the crowd going crazy, I took the lead and I was like, I can't let them down. I had to go for it. So yeah, I was just like carried away by their cheers, and when I was on the start line, I hear their support. So yeah, I was very taken.
With about 50 metres to go, you just look back. What were you thinking then?
I was just thinking what's happening there, if I'm okay, and if I can smile. So I looked back and I was like, I'm safe. I can smile.
Interestingly, Konicek's winning time was only 5th fastest across the 3 divisions of these team championships, with Luisa Geger's championship record of 9:17 to win Division 3 the fastest, and 3 athletes going faster than 9:38 in Division 2. You can re-watch all of those races on allathletics.tv. As the men got underway in the 5,000 metres, our live blogger was asking if anyone could take down Italy's European 10,000 metres champion and 2-time 5,000 metres bronze medalist Yemen Crippa. With a time of 8:13 through 3,000 metres, there was a group of 4 pulling away, which included Crippa, Sweden's Andreas Almgren, Spain's Thierry Ndicumwenayo, and Alexis Millet of France. As Crippa dropped off the pace, it was a 2-man battle between Almgren and Ndicumwenayo as they approached the bell. With a 2:31 final kilometre, it was Ndicumwenayo who held off the Swede to win 16 points for Spain.
Thierry, talk us through their race, in particular, that sprint finish.
Yeah, every champion, we never know. Sometimes competition go fast and sometimes go slowly. So today was less tactic. Before I had in my mind, I say maybe can go fast or slow. So I was ready to race any competition. If they go fast or slowly, I was ready on my mind.
Hilary Capaccia won the women's long jump for France, and it was a very solid second place for Larissa Iapicino for the strong Italian team. The European indoor silver medalist broke the national indoor record of 6:97 at Istanbul in a fantastic long jump competition before setting an Italian under-23 record in Greece last month. But it was a great consistent series by the French athlete Capaccia, securing 16 points for the European under-23 champion from 2019.
I got an injury 2 years ago here in Chorzów, and it was very important for me to, come here, win, and just look for the future. So it was very important for me because here I break my knees, and with my injury, I lost a lot of myself. I really want to just have my adventure and win the gold medal in Olympic Games.
Meanwhile, in the penultimate track event of the championships, the women's 1,500 metres, like we've seen with a few of the distance races, was bunched and tactical through the 800-metre mark. As the pace picked up with 500 metres to go, Spain's Esther Guerrero took the lead at the bell. But Poland's Martina Galant tried to come through the inside on the home straight before switching and going round the outside of Guerrero with just around 30 metres remaining. It was a photo finish, but Guerrero took it by 1/100th of a second.
The race is hard because there are 16 athletes running there. I started slow, and I see all the people is gamer, and then I put in front, and I know that if there are some meters of them, I don't have to fight. I look at in the TV when it's the last 100 meters, and I can finish strong, but I don't see the Polish girl if it put yes.
France's Nawal Menika took the win in the women's high jump with a height of 192, just 1 centimetre off her lifetime best.
Today I want to win for my team. It's my first job and I'm so excited.
And Julian Weber took the win in the men's javelin, bringing home points for Germany with a great first round throw of 86 metres 26.
My plan was to throw the very first throw really good, and that was a good throw. It could have been better. I was a little bit too short from the line, so I was a little bit small, but never mind. It was a good throw. 86 is a good beginning of the competition. After that, I wanted to do more to increase my run-up speed a little bit, and I was a little bit. I also did it a little bit longer, and but I was always too short, so it was really difficult to do more and to get into really good throwing position. I was always like too short from the line. Wasn't that easy today.
In the mixed 4x400 metres relays, the Czech team took the B heat to go 5th on the European all-time list. In the second heat, no one could stop Natalia Kaczmarek, who ran a huge final leg to take the win for Poland. But the Czech Republic won the event as their finishing time of 3:12.34 was faster than Poland's winning time.
Guys, you've just run a new championship record and running in Heat B. What was the plan coming in?
It was the first plan from a start, and we like team competition, so what else?
Yeah, it was the plan to run the fast this weekend, so we did.
This time now, we could see you maybe moving up and in a final league table. Did you have that in mind ahead, that you could take over the country just next to you?
Of course we had. Yeah.
What would you like to remember from this competition?
That's a good question. I think the race was very good, and we all had pretty great performances here, so I think we can be pretty much satisfied.
That run for Poland was enough to put them second, with Germany taking third place in the team standings at the end of these 3 days of competition. And it was congratulazioni alla squadra italiani. Italy brought a strong team here to Silesia, won 7 individual victories, and were rewarded by being crowned champions of Europe for the first time in the history of the event. It's apt that, the year before the European Athletics Championships heads to Rome, the Azzurri are now officially the best team in Europe. Thank you for listening to our coverage from these championships. Head over to the European Athletics website for a full breakdown of the results, and check out allathletics.tv to watch all of the replays from this fantastic competition. I've been an AI representation of commentator Hannah England, logging off and shutting down.